morning. Good morning, and welcome to the April 16th, 2026 meeting of the Marion County School Board. It is now called to order. At this time, we are going to take a recess and come back at the end of the work session, so we will see everyone in a couple of hours to conclude this board meeting. We will recess at 8:55. Thank you. Good morning. We are now in our work session, so I welcome you to the April 16th, 2026 Special Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board, and I call it to order at 9:02 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Please join me. I will now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District leadership team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. I would like to ask our staff attorney filling in today for our work session, Attorney Blackman, to read the rules for this public workshop. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you. This work session is a public meeting as defined in the Florida Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and the superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout its meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Blackman, and we're grateful that you're here today to support the work of the board. Ms. Martinez-Young, can you please provide the proof of publication for today's meeting?
The notice for the April 16th, 2026 Special Administrative Briefing and Work Session was placed on the district website on April 9th, 2026. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez-Young. We will start this morning with item 3.1, which is our superintendent's administrative briefing.
Thank you. Good morning. We have quite a few topics that we will discuss today, and we will provide many presentations, and we're thankful for the work that the team has put in to preparing this information for you today. I do want to share that this week we finished our career fairs at all of our high schools, and we're always appreciative of the community partnerships and the businesses that took the time to provide this information to our students. So that's always nice to recognize them in this capacity. At this time, I want to let you know that Jason Roberts with Upward Communities will provide our first presentation. He just wants to provide an update to you, board, on what is happening in the last few months since he was last with us. So welcome. Come on up.
Good morning. Welcome back to Marion County.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me. I have just a brief update, but it's been a while. We've been working since our last time we saw you guys. So you probably heard in Google, I guess, or the news about our recent success in Lockhart, Texas. That is a community that we've been working with for specifically over 18 months. And we had unanimous school board approval, and we are moving forward, breaking ground and building houses for them. Quite a journey. You know, it's always a journey for the first one. And we're doing 117 houses for them. They have 800 staff. And we, at our first meeting when we first presented to them, when we did a request for staff to see if it was interested, we had 8 people show up. We thought we were like, wow, this is really not needed. So we may be wasting our time. After really investing thoroughly more, and we did more research, we had 100 and so people after visiting the school and the staff, and then we moved forward with that program. We spent $1.7 million designing the community, getting it stood up, getting renderings, drawing, architects, got the city to approve the design of that community, and then we went back to the board and said, this is what it looks like, and finally got approved. And got unanimous approval then, and now in one day we had 112 people sign up for 117 units, and they're already we're already out. And so you're also going to hear about an announcement tonight, if not maybe next week, from Hayes ISD, which should be 363 homes. And since then, our phone has exploded, and we have 13 other school districts in the state of Texas trying to get approved before school's out for the summer. So you kind of are my Lockhart of Florida. And I was invited here by Kirk Kelly, and I've had a wonderful experience with you guys. It has been difficult, not because of you, just I'm chopping a trail through the jungle, just like we did in Texas, but for the state of Florida. We have made significant progress on the legal side, largely in help to the questions and concerns your legal counsel gave us. And we're servant-based. We had to listen to those things. Make sure the property is going to be exempt from property taxes. Make sure that there's enough need for it there, and going through the details. So we've met with all the different departments. We've continued to spend over $20,000 a month in legal expenses. We have a lobbying team that is in the legislature now with the House and the Senate trying to get language that makes it super clear and answers your council's concerns about the future of the program, and can it be maintained without any surprises. Even though we're taking the major financial risk, there's still risk involved in our partners, and also ultimately where we put these staff in these houses, and we don't want any disturbances for them. So, with that said, for the state of Florida, we have been through 2 major bond council reviews. We've been through the county of Marion County's bond council. Their bond council has reviewed our lease and blessed that. BMO is our bond council, who represents a number of the counties in the state of Florida, also in school districts, has blessed our documents. But we're still working with the legislator on things that would make it clear for the school district to independently do this entirely by themselves. So there is some home rule law that we're dancing with cities and counties as being a sponsor, and then do an interlocal agreement that gives you now full authority to be able to do this without it being redacted. So there's some legal things that we're still chopping on the trail. Happy to do it for you as long as you continue to feel like it's necessary that we are still solving a problem that you have. If you don't have a problem, it's totally okay. We're operating like a nonprofit, and we want to be careful with those dollars very close. Our program is being approved for $2 billion to dedicate to the state of Florida to solve this problem. So the real issue is us just continuing to chop that trail through the forest and figuring this out and answering your legal counsel's concerns and making sure we thoroughly get those answered. So I just want to give you a brief update is that you are one of the first ones we talked to. This is not doing anything first or innovative is very, very difficult. But because you've been amazing to work with, because you're an amazing community and your real estate values are strong, your districts are strong, we're going to continue to press forward until you tell us not to, with no request or other than just to continue to be supportive. And like Lockhart and like Hayes ISD and like all the other school districts in Texas, because we're fundamentally sound and because what we're doing is fundamentally good and great, we're going to get through it. I just don't know if it's going to be in a month. I don't know if it's going to be in a week. I don't know if it's going to be in 6 months. But we're not going to give up, and we're persistent. We don't see any asteroids or real showstoppers yet. When you're going to this many different departments and getting this many clarifications and checks, and you're the first one, everybody's triple checking, triple covering, and that slows it down a whole lot. The good news is the landowner that we've been working with has been very, very flexible. We've been very transparent with them on the property we have under contract and have been explaining that process. And they're local and they're passionate about their property being used for this benefit and this purpose. And they've really helped us on the expenses of a normal landowner would normally not be that lenient. So there is a full community here of local people that are supportive of this initiative and supportive of you guys. So we're going to make some more. We got a lot of resources and efforts this week and next week that we're putting into things to get things going, to get as much progress before school's out, because everybody disappears in the summer for vacation. So, but you guys are great. Just want you to know we are what we are. And so what I will also say is as we go through this process, now I've got physical product that I can actually take your school board members to. Before August or in August of this coming school year, I'm going to have houses that Lockhart teachers will have signed leases for that will be moving in there, landscaped and moved. So you'll be able to see how they're walking from the elementary school to their home, to the community. All the things that we said we were going to do, we're doing, and we want to do for you, if Lord's willing and things line up. But that was really just about it. I know we've been on the docket, have been silently chipping away at things, and we're used to this. I just want you guys as our partners to be comfortable, to just know that we're out there chipping away at things and happy to be back. So that's really the only update. I have to leave in a short notice to go to another community up north that we are working with. And then I got to get back to Texas for our second approval of our second community tonight, which we're really excited about.
Awesome.
Any questions?
Board, do we have any questions for Mr. Roberts? Board Member Thrower.
Thank you, and good morning. Did I hear you say that the Wildflower Juniper Springs project is going to be in walking distance to a school?
Yeah, we are next door to the school, so we're probably 100 feet away from the elementary school, maybe 200 feet max. We bought a phase of a master plan community. We bought the land, and it was right next door to the elementary school, so it was ideal. And it's a beautiful community. It's 117 houses with a pool, fitness center, community center, walking trail. It's gorgeous.
Yes, you have a website.
Yeah.
It looks like you have some connected townhouses too.
Yes, so when you design the community, you have to build houses 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom houses. It's really hard to make a 1-bedroom house look good, so you make those more like townhomes. They each have their own yards. 85 or 90% of that community has the rear loaded alleys with the garages, so that way all the garbage cans and the cars are in the alleyway. So it's a quality A+ luxury community, and that's really what our entire company mission statement is, that a staff member has to say, wow, I get this amazing place because I work for the school district at this price. And I wouldn't be able to have this benefit unless I worked for the school district. And that's what we see in Texas is 20%. In the school district I was at 2 days ago, 25% of their staff left last year. And if I had any of my businesses, I had 20% of my staff leave, we'd be out of business. And so we're trying to make the benefits for this profession so large that you're out now competing against other professions for people to come into this space and elevate the level of talent and also keep the wonderful people that are already working for you today.
Wonderful. Board, did anyone else have comments? Dr. Campbell.
Sure. You and I were speaking just briefly before we went on air, but we understand the challenges with the legislature in the 2026 cycle. We're experiencing them ourselves, but it seems like you're making good headway there. And what that will do, Board, if we get that through, the challenge that we have right now is because of our certificate of participation that we're using to build schools. And so there's just a challenge in how that impacts us going into a direct partnership. And so if there is some language changed in statute, which we're hopeful potentially will happen in the next year or so,
Yeah.
if we can get the legislature to all agree and both houses actually speaking to each other and all, then that actually might just solve some issues for everybody in the entire state that would be in the same situation that we're in. But thank you, Mr. Roberts, for continuing to have Marion County as a focus and at the forefront, because I do believe this is an issue that we continue to need, and we're going to have even harder of a challenge for our educators. Housing in Marion, we're number 1 in the entire nation for places that people are moving. That means housing is going to continue to skyrocket and also become less and less available. So for our workers who work for a lower salary than they deserve, giving them a different benefit like this will only enhance that recruitment and retention effort of the school district. So thank you for continuing to have us in your sights.
Yeah, the COPS program, again, we made a commitment to you guys that we didn't want to harm you. And when we were ready to go, interviewing the first school and starting to do the staff reviews, is when we discovered this program that existed. And our program we created entirely on our own and said, wow, there is a chance that this could harm the program that you already have in place. So we had to stop. And we hit the brakes and said, we're not going to get mislead staff or anybody, get anybody excited or fired up until we get that answer solved. And so we honored our word to make sure that we follow through on that. We think we have that path figured out, but we need to make sure there's other things that we were aware of, like the property being exempt today, but maybe not being exempt in the future. And how do we give assurances of that? And that was a good statement. So we're committed to you guys. We understand that this is a true partnership. If this is bad for you, it's devastating for us. And so you've got a true partner and friend, really financially, with financial consequences, looking after making sure this is a good program. And it does check all the boxes, not just half of them, before we move forward. And your state, I would say, when I was with the House representatives and the Senate leader and everybody involved, we were the only thing that everybody liked. And every department we went to, they were like, "Oh, your program's great. I can't wait to talk about your program." But it doesn't mean that it doesn't get caught in the weeds of all the other programs. And that's really kind of where we're at, is trying to navigate this good situation forward without it getting boat anchored by some of the other programs that people are wanting to get approved. But there's a lot of good people up there on both sides of the aisle. I really saw it, and there are a lot of good Americans wanting to do good things for, Floridians. And so it's promising. If it's not going to be done or accomplished this year, we're going to stick through and be more grassroots about it for next year so we don't get attached to all those weeds next year. But I think we have a path forward. It's just we're still working on it, and we've got to work with the city of Ocala. We've got to, on this particular property, we've got to work with the county and line all those stars. And if they do, great. And if it's God's plan, that's where we'll be, and we'll go from there. But you guys are great.
Thank you. Board, anyone else? Okay, I will say thank you for being here. I'm still very committed to this idea and figuring out how to make it happen. I think things take time, and we're going to have to be patient. And we may find ourselves being able to work with our other municipality partners and somehow do something in connection with the three of us. We have the city of Ocala here today, actually, to tell us a little bit about what they're doing. So thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time to be present in Marion County and continue to have a focus on trying to support our workforce.
Thank you guys so much. I'll give you some more updates as soon as I get them, okay?
Thank you so much. Travel safe.
Yes, thanks.
Any public comment on the workforce housing update? All right, thank you. Dr. Brewer, we'll move on to item 4.1. I'm sorry, 5.1.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. As you just referenced, Pete Lee with the City of Ocala is here to provide a presentation, a condensed presentation of the City of Ocala's vision.
Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Good morning. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I need my notes just because I'm not a good dancer with this clicker, and so I'll know when to click. Good morning. I'm here to present, as was said, the introduction and on a high level of the city's 2050 vision. We undertook 2035 vision in 2010, adopted it in 2012. And unlike our policy-driven documents and things that we follow, like comprehensive plans, this is a more physical, more collaborative document that's aspirational in a lot of ways. See, I'm already off cue with this thing. But it lays out what we want to be, where we want to be, the greater we, what we want to be functionally, and how we want the city to develop. This was a critical foundational piece. The 2035 vision really was a shift in development framework that the city undertook at a time really when we had a chance to plan. The economy had taken a turn. We were not seeing as much development in 2010, 2012 timeframe, but it gave us the opportunity to say, hey, look, we have all of this policy driven, but it's not very predictable, and we know what the DNA of the community is. We've done really well. The city has done really well at implementing its plans. They're not shelf documents. We've used the vision and the related plans to really move forward, whether that was the West Ocala plan, the Downtown Ocala plan, Midtown plan. We've used all of those plans, and there are on-the-ground examples of what we've done to implement those plans as we've gone through. And really, they all fall under the umbrella of the vision. Even though the vision came kind of out of sequence, now it's the real umbrella document for all of them. In many ways, 2050 is a calibration of, or an update of the 2035 plan. The priorities of 2035 are ongoing, and as you know, nothing lives in stasis. So, you know, as things move, as things change, it's important that we update the plan. So you update the plan about every 10 years. It was put back in 2019, 2020, and we didn't get to until later, but right now, you know, the framework has changed. Today's county of about 440,000, 70,000 in the city, over 25% of the taxable value is in the city, and it's only about 16% of the population and about 3% of the land. The growth rate's somewhere between 3.5 and 5, depending on the day and the week. And only about 11% of the entire county is really readily developable for intense development. So within that, the city lies, the developable potential of the community, and when I say the community, I mean the entire county, is more defined than it's ever been. And a lot of things are arguable, but the city is a creation to serve function, right? It is the center for education, for government, for the court system, for economic activity, the hospitals. So the daytime population and the trips that come into the city and the way that it functions within the greater community is very important. And 2035, the context and the way that 2035 was developed really allowed us to take that into account. As a part of 2050, we really started to look at a lot of different elements, and I'll get into some of those, but one of the elements that was critical as we went through it, and as we went through 2035 and identified this core area that was everyone's in the cities. It's the gathering hub for everyone in the city, from the hospitals to, say, Noma Gallery, if you're familiar with where that is, the old Coca-Cola plant on 14th Street, bound by Pine and maybe 8th Avenue. And it's a more perceptive district in some ways, but that was the area that the people who worked on the vision, the citizens who worked on the vision really identified as the core, and we turned that into our primary area of function that things kind of radiated from. As a part of 2050, we had Joe Minicozy, a planner and urban economist, who models and shows you on a value per acre basis what's most critical to your community. And when we looked at the downtown, where we have urban form and a context established that's critical to the city's DNA, that be functional in the appropriate way. So he does this kind of three-dimensional modeling, Urban 3 does, and the high spike is the downtown. So the value per acre in the downtown is the highest. The form is the most predictable, and the intensity it's the most intense area. So to grow that downtown is very important. It's important that we enhance it, that we develop the vacant properties in the downtown, a lot of which are non-taxed. And at the same time, make sure, ultimately, our charge as the city, the council's, mine, our staff's, is to make sure that we're solvent, right? And so there's a lot of opportunity in our downtown for solvency, and the value of the downtown is disproportionate on a per acre basis to the rest of the community. We have too much vacant property in our downtown right now. We have too much redevelopable property within that core area. And so that's a focal point of how we move forward. It's critical that that property in that area is properly designed, it's utilized in a way that's consistent with the vision. And there are properties that throughout here, we'll discuss, that even the school board owns, that I would say, it would be important that we collaborate on those properties as we move forward, specifically downtown the warehouse, as we move into the east, the property that we're on right now, Booster Stadium, to mention a few. But it's really going to be critical that we collaborate on some of those as we move forward with your plans, because this is a contextual vision. And like I said, it's never been as well defined, the context of the whole community as it is now. As I made reference to about 11% of the property that's developable, readily developable. We have horse farms forever in the northwest. We have the forest to the east. We have a lot of land that is protected. So our activity goes on in a relatively small portion of that. The city is more well-defined. Our goals towards solvency and towards development and infill of not only our downtown, but some of the other areas, West Ocala, East Ocala, development at the airport, really are very focused on the context of each one of those areas. And so it's important and critical that we enhance those as we can and keep up with our maintenance obligations. So we have several contextual components and several components that we really pay attention to in the vision: land use and housing, mobility and connectivity, and that's not just vehicles, that's also pedestrians and sidewalk plans and design of the urban core, but also of things like safe routes to school, safe routes for everyone, which we'll have a workshop coming up with City Council on a grant that we're pursuing for safe routes for everyone, but also our transportation improvement plan, which is a little different because of the nature of the city. We don't have many new builds, but we have safety issues with our roads and upgrades that we have to make, some lane upgrades, some intersection upgrades, and also open space and parks, gateways to the city. All of those things are important, and geographically, the core area, but also some of the other areas of the city. So, like I said, you see, we watch the population trends. We've really done a great job with the CRA tool that's in. I consider the vision kind of a compass and a toolbox combined, right? The tools within it, one of the most important are the CRAs. So we've done a really good job in the downtown CRA and the North Magnolia CRA in making improvements to the structural pieces in the buildings in those areas, and we've now grown to additional CRAs, the east and the west, and so we work in those areas also. We're seeing 315 people a day roughly move into the greater community. The population is expected to be around 92,000 or so in 2050. So it's important that we keep focused on the current, but we build to an aspirational level to accommodate those people who are coming. Things change. The downtown has changed in the time since we've done the vision, but in the time that I've been here, which is longer than I probably thought I'd be here. But it went from a vacant downtown to a very active downtown, and it's in its evolution not finished. It is, restaurants, bars with a smaller percentage of residential and retail. And as we see the hotels get developed now, that we see 2 hotels being developed, a parking garage being developed, an opportunity arises for a greater mix. Hopefully that's followed by residential. And strategically we will follow and try to have residential development come into that, to the core of the downtown. It becomes more of a 16-hour-a-day functional downtown that is farther along in its evolution and mix of residential, retail, entertainment. and both sides of downtown, so State Road 40, north and south. And again, it extends down to the hospitals and includes, some critical properties that the city owns. As you saw on the one slide, there are far too many properties that are not paying taxes at this point. They're owned by the city, some owned by the school board. It's critical that those are developed, but they have to be developed within the context of where they sit. And so that context-sensitive development piece is very, very important to the success of the vision and the plans that fall under it. The vision takes into account a lot of the things that are in the plan. It crosses over, or in the comprehensive plan. But again, it's a more direct relationship to do this, as opposed to this is the policy, you shall, and this year do that. Those things, I roll my eyes when I talk about those. It's critical that we get on each of these, and we really advocate, not just advocate, but pursue infill redevelopment. We make sure that our capital improvement plans and our transportation improvement plans keep pace with the community's needs, that our infrastructure we don't have really large outstanding maintenance obligations, which really take away our momentum. That we continue to get public investment in our community redevelopment areas, and that we're creative and again, sensitive to the context with which we pursue development within our CRAs, fix blighted areas within our CRAs. It's critical that we have the best transportation network, and again, and transit network, whether it's bus, pedestrian, vehicular, everything functions a little differently, but that we really invest and pay attention to those things, that we concentrate on our workforce. As we change the paradigm from the old to the vision, we created a land use called employment center. So the airport's in the employment center. West of a lot of the property that's west of the interstate is in an employment zone, and that has been a critical victory for us as we've moved forward through this. And things like complete streets that we pursue as we go through the process. There are other pieces that are important also. Park planning and enhancement to parks. We'll undertake the Tuscaloosa Park. We've seen a lot of work go on at the Mary Sue Rich Center, but we'll also have some additional development of that park, of that space, as park and as a place within West Ocala that sees, again, mixed use growth. Public art activation of our spaces and softwaring and events that we have downtown are all critical to attracting people into the community and getting them to interact with, especially the urban space, the way that they were intended. The gateways into the city, again, a critical piece, a piece that's needed attention from the time that I've gotten here. And those are things on the State Road 40 corridor, especially as our primary corridor coming into the city, something that we'll pay specific attention to. There are several areas that we really focus on. These heat maps were created through a lot of public interaction and identification of what lie at each of those spaces. But downtown, midtown, North Magnolia, as I've talked about, from the hospitals up through the North Magnolia district, our CRAs, east and west, downtown and midtown again, and the airport, all important areas. The East Ocala gateway and entryway into the city from the east with State Road 40 at the yellow line. Obviously, a lot of this is aspirational. I kind of go by a keep it, change it, or get rid of it, which you can't do with a lot of these things. But some of this is aspirational. Some of it is keep it and enhance it a little. But, you know, again, some of the treatment on the State Road 40 corridor, some aspirational plans that would be redevelopment plans of certain things that lie within some of the nodes that are in that area. A lot of neighborhoods lie within that northern area. So again, enhancement and connectivity of those areas is important. The downtown core, midtown, again, this area is the densest, most intense downtown area. The most critical that we have in terms of form, to where we did our first form-based code, which is a contextual approach to zoning as opposed to the traditional way that people use Euclidean zoning. And we may use that tool in other places. For instance, this property would be prime if the school board left this property and put it on the market and it was redeveloped. It would be a prime area for a form-based approach or a mixed-use PD approach that was very well designed, especially as it relates to the other neighborhoods in the context that it's in and what it's surrounded by. West Ocala, a couple of hot areas. You can see the heat areas in there in the Mary Sue Rich Center that is highlighted. The core areas at 40 and Martin Luther King Boulevard, it's really the kind of ground zero for that area. There are a lot of aspirational plans on that core in both directions, east, west, north, south. And then around Mary Sue Rich with Lillian Bryant Park and also the Water Recharge Park and the former Pine Oaks Golf Course, which is now West Oaks Development. There's really kind of creation of place there and real change. And so we see that as an area that's going to gain momentum and it'll be critical that we plan well for pedestrians, for people, enhance the park. We have some other property, again, that's city-owned in that area that would be utilized for redevelopment. And you know, things within the toolbox like our Brownfields grant, like our CRAs that we utilize to help us get to those ends. And the airport, we have between 400 and 500 acres at the airport, some of it dedicated to aviation, some of it more mixed use, but it would be critical for us to develop that to create jobs, maybe more specific jobs like aviation related or medical related is our hope. Again, we're in the process of finishing the airport master plan. We are in a negotiation with someone for the first large-scale development west of the airport. So those are critical. Again, jobs are always going to be critical. We hope, again, in that evolutionary kind of phasing that we go through, that we know warehousing is still important, still going to be important, but light industrial and specifically aviation and those kind of components, medical, some others that we think are perfect fits for the airport. So, as I stated, you know, there's more community definition countywide than ever before. We know what the city is, we know where it's more intense, where it's less intense, we know where the neighborhoods are and how to protect them. The city's well-defined and it's the economic engine. And we know where the future leaders are educated. They're in the school system and they're the ones who will carry forward and achieve this vision as we move forward. You know, like I said, how does it relate to the school board? Well, it's critical that we communicate, first of all, right? And we know that we're willing to share data and resources with the board. We know that you have properties that are critical to development as we move forward, the property that we're on, the property that I talked about, the warehouse downtown, Booster Stadium, all those examples. I'm sure you can give me more. But those are the ones in the city that I would say it's critical that we communicate on and we share vision as we move forward for each of those. And, you know, there are a lot of critical pieces that I skimmed over. I'm willing to answer any questions. And I thank you for indulging me, and I thank our staff and city council for allowing us to do the vision. We're collectively passionate about it and how it's implemented, and specific thanks to Jeff Schramm and Aubrey Hale and Indira Madjavaran and all of the growth management staff and the focus groups and the members of the community who actually participated in putting this together. And again, thank you for indulging me. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We really appreciate you coming forward and sharing and giving us some perspective about what the city has planned. Board, I open it up for comments regarding anything that's been shared today. Board Member Thur?
Thank you. I concur. I'll just say I'm really grateful that you're here this morning and sharing this information and resources. It means a lot to me personally as a school board member to be very transparent. I'm sure the rest of the board would likely concur with that statement. You know, we're better together when we plan together and acknowledge the resources that we have and the tremendous city and county that we're fortunate to live in. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Very, very good, very thorough.
Thank you.
Asking some questions that I had about some developments and stuff, so thank you.
Sure, we'll just go down the line. Thank you for the partnership and for the collaboration and communication for sure. Grateful to the city that we continue to have a non-voting seat on the Planning and Zoning Commission designated for the school board. That isn't the case in all of our municipalities necessarily, and so I think that's a valuable asset. Often I come back and share information from that, you know, by the way, this was just approved, by the way, this is coming, and so it's been helpful for us even for planning purposes along the way. So grateful for that partnership and continued conversation. I also am intrigued and interested as we continue conversation about Booster Stadium and the downtown properties, and we're going to have a little bit of that conversation later today, and what that looks like with partnership with the city, and if you already have partners that are interested in talking about what could be in some of those areas and locations, not exclusive of this property we're on right now. And I'll just say it publicly, the only primary concern that I have about vacating this property in general is this very space we're in right now, because of how often an auditorium of this size in the downtown heart is used by Marion County Public Schools for our school work. And certainly the Riley Arts Center is comparable but not quite the size, and that still would be an arrangement that would have to be made, because most of our schools and anything we need this for education-wise, there's usually not a contract necessarily that we're having our own schools sign. So there's some financial implications to vacating this space directly. Fortunately, the gym used to be that as well, because Osceola used to use that, but now they have their own space. I don't foresee us building another auditorium of this size anywhere else in the county necessarily. So that's primary concern. I think the rest of the property we can figure something out with, but this location we're in right now. So whatever ideas you have on that, I'm certain that's a conversation we can continue to have.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're in those, that's an absolute concern I understand. You know, we're at the beginning. This will get adopted by council in a couple of months, I think. So we're at the beginning of being aggressive. One of the things that I didn't talk about is catalytic sites. You know, we have sites that we own. We have sites that the private sector owns. We've seen both of those developed as a result of 2035, right? The parking garage, the hotel, the Forge, all of the Midtown Station, the Hilton Tapestry, all of those kind of were born out of the way that we structured the vision, and use, like I said, that's the toolbox, the CRAs within that, to utilize those. There are other tools that we'd use here. One of the things that we will do as we move forward is become a little more aggressive in approaching developers for some of the downtown development. And we will show them things that we call catalytic, which don't necessarily have to be downtown. It could include properties that, we show other private properties as catalytic development opportunities. So that could be something that we talk about also, and they could include school properties.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Can you define catalytic properties?
Yeah,
You're using like jargon that us
Jargon.
educators do all the time, but
I'm sorry. So within the vision, the core area, you saw that it's the hottest color on the map, right? It was the most intense development, like each lot developed with the most development on it, the more stories. And one of the things is to keep our DNA, the city DNA, right? We don't want it, people will always say, you're going to be this, you're going to be that. No, we're going to be Ocala. It's going to be, it may be 4 stories, it may be 8 stories, it may be 2 stories or 3 stories. We have, like the geomorphology, people tend to know Ocala from the time that they got here, right? But the downtown was thriving. For instance, when we were doing the 2035 plan, I kept vocalizing my vision for downtown, and one of the consultants found a 1959 aerial photo of Ocala, and he said, I found your vision. It's 1959. All the lots were developed, and now they're parking lots. So some of those parking lots are city-owned, some are privately owned. But catalytic sites would be, we broadened it. In the 2035 vision, we had primary catalytic, so they were the first ones that we wanted to have developed. One of them still exists. It's the parking lot that is kind of right in the center of Midtown.
the laydown site basically for the development.
This one's north. It's a parking lot now, north of Salita, east of the hotel. So that one, we had several people interested. We could never really get to where we had to on the development side and the financial side to get the development that goes on that site on it. We think now that that's more ripe as we go. So that's a primary. There are several others that are vacant. Some of them are publicly owned. Some of them are privately owned. We work closely with the landowners. We work closely with the people who come in with development ideas. We've been successful at using tax increment financing and some other tools to enhance development. We have used the community redevelopment area exactly the way that it's supposed to be utilized. We use public money to match private investment. We make sure that we have a return on our investment in a relatively short time, so we take a pretty conservative approach to it. But it's a tool that's really important for us to use. And those catalytic sites, they're throughout. As we build the parking garage, and again, it's something that has a little bit of movement to it in terms of how will the city react to the hotel and the parking garage being where they're built. The dynamic changes a little bit, right? And there's some publicly owned properties right around that area, and there's some private ones that I think will be development opportunities again. It's in the urban area. People can argue about development, but certainly development belongs in the city in the most urban area.
Thank you. Board Member Conrad, did you have thoughts you
Yes,
wanted
I
to
just
share?
had one quick thing, actually. Mr. Lee, thank you for being here this morning. I think it's an exciting time, the partnerships and relationships that are being built right now. I'm excited about what's coming forward, but I just wanted to take a moment to highlight, you spoke of the safe routes to school, and so we are anxiously awaiting that to come back in August. It will be our first grant, correct? Am I correct? That's our first grant we would receive for safe routes to school. So we just want to thank you for your partnership on that.
Thank you. It's important, and I think there are some important other steps to take not just for safe routes to school, but that's obviously very, very important to us, to you. And so, you know, one of the things that I realized when I first came to Ocala was the lack of sidewalks in certain places, and I now understand more why. It was functionally, the urban area was very small. And so in a lot of the places, sidewalks simply weren't put in. And now we're denser and intenser, and you know, retrofitting is always fun. So it's a challenge, but it's something that we know we have to undertake. It was included in the 2035 vision. It's in the 2050 vision, and one of the things that we look forward to doing relatively quickly, probably within this first phase, which would be the next 6 months, is having a sidewalk master plan and prioritization for those. And obviously, schools are really important. And again, we're going to need to collaborate on those to understand where children can be picked up by buses and what the challenges are for each of us.
Yeah.
Because sidewalks are also expensive, unbeknownst to a lot of people.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Board Member Conrad. I want to say thank you for coming and sharing. And one of the values of you coming to share, and I think what has improved since I was brought onto the board almost 4 years ago now, is our intergovernmental relationships. When I got onto the board, we were in a pretty sticky spot, all things considered, not just with City of Ocala, but also with the county. And through the work of Board Member Thrower on the interlocal committee, and then obviously Board Member Conrad has now been sharing, and you guys have regular meetings to have conversation, and our intergovernmental meetings where we have space to talk publicly. But I'd want to acknowledge how much happens also behind the curtain between our administrators, your administrators. And as we talk about continuing, even today, we're going to be talking about Booster Stadium a little bit and the future of our district office, understanding the financial implications for fixing where we are now. I think it is going to be incredibly important for us to really work well with you because I know for me, you mentioned Booster Stadium a few times. A revitalization of Booster Stadium to me becomes a community asset, not a school asset, because it's not on a school campus, and it's incredibly unique because it is not on a school campus. But I also know that we don't open our schools maybe for 5 a.m. running on a track. And so how do we navigate working with city, potentially Parks and Rec, and some kind of MOU where you all have a level of responsibility and we have a level of responsibility? And how do we, maybe we talk about the Riley and talk about how can we have shared operational opportunities for the Riley and using the Riley, because to Dr. Campbell's point, this is an asset. While a contract is inked, this is an asset for our schools that is free. So they're able to house things here that are free. And so if we're going to take that away from our schools, I believe, at least for me, I believe we have an obligation to supplement it somehow. And so I want us to be able to sit down and have conversation. And then obviously I think the elephant in the room is if we decide to move forward with selling other properties downtown, which this board will still have to have further conversation about in the future, how do we work with the city to find buyers that are aligned with the vision for the city? And so I think it would be very important for Dr. Brewer and yourself to continue to have conversation about what that partnership looks like and how we can continue to support your vision, because ultimately this is a community we live in too. And so we have three schools in this downtown area between Bridgeway, Osceola, and 8th Street. And so how do we continue to work well together to ensure that development downtown is aligned with your plan and supports the needs of the school district?
And the vision is a living document. And to some extent, it's yours as much as ours. We're the authors, kinda, of it. You know, we really are just the people who carry it through. And you're in all of the cases that you just mentioned, you're an important piece of that. And it is important. We're not always going to have perfect alignment, but that's, I think, what we've been good over the last 4 years about understanding is, though we may not have perfect alignment, we need to communicate. We need to have those conversations. It's critical. I think everyone involved has been great about it. And I look forward to those, and absolutely, yes, we'll need to coordinate on those items.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Brewer, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, just thank you, and just to echo what you've already shared, that this has been a great relationship, very responsive. I asked him to be here today to provide this condensed presentation, so we're appreciative.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
One more thing, if you are okay with this, board, we can move the operations update before the student progression plan. That way we hear that right after the mid-year financial, so it all is in alignment. So if Mr. Lee's team would like to stay for that, they can do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Is there any public comment on the City of Ocala's comprehensive plan update? All right. Well, then we will move into the mid-year financial review. Dr. Brewer with Mr. Rios-Welsh.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And for the viewers watching, this information is uploaded to Board Docs for the community and the viewers.
Okay, good morning,
Good morning.
Chair James, members of the board, Dr. Brewer, Attorney Blackman, Elena, and members of the audience. Forgive me if I have to cough a little bit. I'm still recovering from a bit of a cold, so if I have to step away to do that, forgive me. So with that, we're going to jump into the mid-year review. We're going to really try to stay focused on our current budget situation. We will touch on actuals, and we will also discuss some budget challenges. So with that, I'm going to jump right into it. So here's the order for this presentation. I'm going to walk through the Florida Education Finance Program, or FEFP third calculation. We're going to talk through the impact of the FES scholarship programs on the district. We're also going to talk through an all funds summary for the entire budget. And those will be broken out into four major areas: general operating, adult education, referendum, special revenue or other. And then again, as I stated, I will highlight some of the budget challenges that we have. So for the Florida Education Finance Program, third calculation 2526, just to give a little bit of background, this was established in 1973. It also includes 7 various or different program cost factors, each to ensure that the programs that we operate receive an equitable share of funds in relation to its relative cost per student, which is key. Most members of the board are familiar with those cost factors, and they are weighted, which I will get into in a little bit. The FEFP is calculated 5 times a year, and that is to account for the certification of the tax rolls and student FTE counts throughout the course of the year. So what we have here is a comparison between the second calculation and the third calculation and the difference. And the schedule goes from left to right, top to bottom, and we will provide some definitions or legend to the board members, but I will speak a little bit to some of these, but many of you guys are very familiar with them. So that first area at the top, the formula components, there is the main formula component for FEFP base, which is the weighted full-time equivalency times the base student allocation times the comparable wage factor, and that's at the top left of the schedule. As of the second calculation overall, we were at $310.5 million, and as of the third calculation, that number has gone down to 308.7, or rounding up to 308.8. So there's a difference there of about $1.7 million. And then moving down the schedule, you'll see there the Safe Schools allocation, which is funded at a 70-30 split. That is based on the crime index at 30%, and then the other 70% is funded, not including virtual schools and does not include FES, but is a function of unweighted enrollment, which helps to determine how the state provides the allocation for safe schools. That amount has gone down slightly at 33.46, and then the compression adjustment for the 0.748 mils is the property value leveling, These are dollars that the state provides if the amount that we levy is less than the state average. And in this case, they are providing more money for that area. So that's at 298. The educational enrichment instruction, which is really for helping our schools to turn around and ensure that students move through grade level progressively and obviously graduate, which is something that we certainly want to see, has gone up slightly by $122,488. And then our mental health allocation, which the state minimally is required to provide $100,000 to each district, but that amount is funded proportionally via unweighted enrollment, and that amount has gone slightly down. And so there are other areas that I'll talk about which help to offset that a bit, but that number has gone down by almost $11,000. And then the ESC guaranteed allocation, which are funds for exceptional students. This was a change to some of the cost factors that went away, primarily 254 and 255, and this number has gone up $500,000, or really $501,000, rounding up. So we certainly like to see that. And then the academic acceleration options, you'll see there, has gone down by $122,019. And this has to do with the passing scores that we receive, our students receive, and certifications, CAPE, advanced placement, ACE, IB, early graduation, and dual enrollment. So certainly don't like to see us receive less money in any of these areas, but this is how the formula shakes out at this point in time between the second and third calculation. And then the last two items there, the DJJ supplement for those students that are involved in juvenile justice programs. That number has gone down 38,000. And then student transportation funded typically for students that are at least 2 miles away from their home school, and that amount has gone up. So all told at the bottom, you'll see an increase for just the FEFP base of 13,442, which is a nominal increase considering the large amount of funds that we started with. The next slide goes through, again, highlighting that total FEFP and that increase in difference there at the top right of the schedule, and then it backs out the required local effort of $125.9 million, which is required. It's basically the skin in the game that Marion County is required to provide in order to pull down those other state funds. So total state FEFP now at third calculation is 265.5, and you see that in the next column. We then have a series of adjustments, which is typical for this particular second and third calculation. So you'll see those adjustments listed out. We have a class size reduction of $769,000. And then you'll see a couple of other adjustments there that primarily are made up of the prior year adjustment for FEFP and the adjustment for FES. And that amount of $1.5 million coming out for prior year adjustment, and then the following item for the prior year adjustment for FES has gone up. So in one instance, it has gone down for our portion and has gone up for the portion related to FES, or the Family Empowerment Scholarship. The other two items there, the proration of appropriations, effectively is just making sure that once the appropriation bill was signed last year, that if their projections come in a little, actuals come in a little higher, that it has to kind of be right-sized to the appropriation, and that is the definition for that particular category. And then the state-funded discretionary supplement, you'll see that that has gone up by $807,000. And this is effectively the non-voted discretionary millage for students that are awarded funds or scholarships through FES. So a lot of that, as you can tell, is FES related. And so all told, as we move into the next schedule here, you'll see the total state funding Third calculation at $322,98,000, difference of $720,000. And then once we account and back out the required local effort and discretionary local effort, you'll see there the total local funding at $156.8 million. At the bottom of the schedule there, you'll see the total funding, which we break out. And so you see the aggregate of all of this between the second calculation and third calculation is a minus $5.5 million, which is equivalent to 491 unweighted FTE. Now, I will pause there for any questions, because that is quite a mouthful. And as many of you guys have seen in the leadership summit that we have, we do provide a very detailed overview of the FEFP formula for members of the public on an annual basis, and that goes into much greater detail. But I'll pause there for any questions so far.
Dr. Campbell.
Sure. My question isn't necessarily for you, Mr. Rios-Welsh. I know that Dr. Brewer gave us a statistic the other day. Because, yes, we have the funding between second and third calc is showing we're at a deficit of $5.55 million, but Family Empowerment Scholarship is the predominant amount there, including the state funding area that you just showed us previously, as well as obviously indicated here directly. The number, though, of students that are receiving Family Empowerment Scholarship in Marion County, you have a percentage of how many of those ever came to Marion County Public Schools. And I think it's important for the community to understand, and if anybody listening is not aware of the Family Empowerment Scholarship, and the legislature now has that any student in the state, homeschooled, private schooled, whatever that looks like, can receive monies from the Family Empowerment Scholarship. And Marion County Public Schools receives it on our budget essentially as a pass-through. We never actually see those dollars, and we usually never see those students. We do have some that are showing up on those rosters that actually are receiving scholarship dollars, and you have a couple hundred, you have a number on that I know you're going to give us, but that have received that scholarship but are participating in our schools, and we've been able to adjust that with the state this year. I mean, that's something new that the state is asking for this year. But of those students receiving this $67 million from the state for education in our community, what is the percentage that have never been in Marion County Public Schools?
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. So the total number of students on the April Family Empowerment Scholarship payment file was 10,198. The number of students who have not attended a Marion County Public School since August of 2022 was 7,480. So the students who have attended at some point between August 22 through February 2026 was 2,718. So thank you for bringing attention to those important numbers.
Yes, no, thank you. So I think that's important as the community continues to hear, and we'll go into all of this budget loss that we're projecting and all of those kinds of conversations we're going to have over the next couple of months as we head into budget conferencing and such. Just for the community to be aware and you know, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm not making a political statement as to how the Family Empowerment Scholarship is developed and who receives it and why they receive it and why families have chosen to receive it. But for the narrative that has been played out, that this and this is statewide, that this scholarship is allowing families to take these dollars and put them elsewhere because they're not getting a good public school education. We have nearly 7,500 students receiving these dollars that never were going to enter Marion County Public Schools. And so I think that's an incredible narrative for us to put out when we're talking our budget, because it certainly makes us look inflated every dollar that we have that comes in that is a pass-through dollar. And right now we know it's more than $67 million based on third calculation.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell, and I'll certainly touch on that in the next set of slides. But yes, we do have to recognize that revenue in our budget, and in the interest of transparency, we always put that out there. But yes, it is a $67 million that is effectively being siphoned off of the district funds in order to support the scholarship program. And so it's actually a good segue to the next set of slides, which kind of talk a little bit about that, and particularly the growth over the last few years. So as you can see, there's a couple of items here that I want to touch on, and really, the main issue is the expansion of the program, and over time, it has expanded. So with this House bill that was passed back in March of '23, House Bill 1 to expand school choice options, there was a couple things that were done. It eliminated financial eligibility restrictions, eliminated enrollment caps for family empowerment scholarships, or the FES-EO, and it increased annual scholarship cap for family empowerment scholarships for students with unique abilities. The last bullet there basically touches on the fact that from 2022 to 2023, moving into 2025, 26, we have seen 192% increase in the amount of FES dollars that are being siphoned from the district for purposes of the scholarship. And so you'll also see a year by year growth increase there. So this is concerning because, as I've said before, we operate a subsidized school district. So no one school stands alone. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and that means that some schools earn more revenue than others. And because of that, when you take $67 million away from the top line number, that means that some of that money, depending on how it shaked out with the program cost factors, could be utilized to help fill holes in the budget. And that is a concern, but as a matter of public policy, it's certainly not my position to opine on the state's priority as far as school choice and making sure that parents have the ability to choose where they want to send their child to school. So we're dealing with that. So it does provide a confluence of issues. With that, I'll jump into the next
I have a
set
quick,
of, yes,
quick
ma'am.
question, Mr. Rios-Welch, though.
Yes.
All things in, all things considered, and this is just my quick math, which Ms. Boston-Ellis used to laugh at me about. For this year, with the 67 million, we would have only actually realized about 16 or 17 million of that if those students that were our students that we've lost. And so I think it's really important, though, to hone in and highlight the fact that we're really only short 16 million from this bucket because they're students we lost. The rest of the students we would have never received funding for historically.
Yeah, I think that is an accurate statement and a very high level, that yes, obviously if those students never came to the district, then it's no love lost, it's no money lost, but certainly for those 2,500 or so that did touch the district at some point, that's something that we want to look at. I know Dr.
Does the 2,500 represent about 25% of the total money, right? That was the number, right? And 25% of 67 million is like 16 or 17 million, I think.
Yeah, we have not delved into a deep analysis there, Dr. James, but generally, on its face value, that would be a good way to look at it.
I just think it's important to note, like other districts are experiencing hemorrhaging costs because students, which is why they're closing so many schools. I was actually just looking at, was it Brevard this morning I was texting you about? So we're talking, all in, maybe 17 million a year that we've lost because of family empowerment. The rest of it is just money we're passing through. And so that I just wanted to ensure that point was very clear.
And I think the challenge is it shows as that revenue. And so with the community, if you don't truly understand this, it shows that we have an additional 67 million that we don't.
Correct.
And so that's the important number.
Yes, ma'am, and we do have an offset in purchase services for that because we do have to account for it. So we do show it and then we have it coming out. But unlike the charter schools, it's not real money that we actually, see in a deposit and then we distribute to the charter schools. This operates differently. It's effectively taken off the top, but for purposes of our financial statements, we do have to show it. With that being said, the next slide jumps into our original
Mr.
budget.
Rios-Welch, just one second.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I can slow down. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I thank the board for being very transparent in that conversation about this pass-through money because oftentimes it's the how it's explained to the public doesn't get the correct weight, gravity of what it is. What this also says is that we don't have a lot of charter schools or schools in our community, which shows that we do a good job with educating our kids. And so this is good to put this out there and to explain it because there is a perception that we have this extra pot of money. And when you see $67 million, that's a lot of money, but when it's just going by you, it's not any money. So thank you for explaining that. And I thank the board for having that conversation, putting it out there, being transparent.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. And one point I'd like to highlight is that every district is a little different, depending on geography. This FEFP formula is complicated, to say the least. It's very dynamic. So some districts like Miami-Dade, they have maybe $100 million deficit and are looking to close 20-plus schools, but they also have a very different graphic there. And so they're dealing with the confluence of issues that maybe we don't have to deal with per se. But when you have a change in immigration policy and students stop showing up and you projected a certain number of students to be there, and then all of a sudden they're not there, and then you do a second count, a third count, and you're expecting these dollars in the state to be able to verify that those students are there and they're not, well, then you have an issue. But that's different from what we're dealing with. And so on our side, we, at least right now, and I'll just kind of mention this, when we look at where the legislature is in terms of what their proposal is, we are preliminarily projecting that maybe next year, when the budget passes, and again, a lot of this is because the legislature is still working to get the budget done, we could see maybe close to a 1,200 increase, or 1,200 students, 1184, 90.93 increase in students, but a large part of that, almost 900 of that, is driven by FES. And so this is, looming in the background when they take money away and when we look at our projections in terms of growth. So we really can't extricate ourselves from it. It is a policy that is here to stay, and it does have an impact on the budget. That being said, brings me to my next slide, which is the comparison of the original budget at $1.3 million versus the revised budget at 1.265. Just as a point of clarification, this information was through March 6th, so of course the books don't close until the 10th, and so this is point-in-time data. And as I often provide our monthly budget amendments and financial reports, the budget is constantly changing with amendments and monies in and monies out. So that's an important point. But as you can see here, there's a $50 million variance there, and a large part of that is driven by FES. That is, by and large, the largest driver, because we have to show it that way. The next slide I'm going to talk through briefly is just the general operating fund. And you can see there for our revenues, we have a variance of $52.2 million with an original budget of $497.7, and now sitting at $445.5. Just as a point of clarification, I know folks may be curious that other category represents reimbursements for capital projects, the sale of the warehouse at $2 million, and other miscellaneous loss recovery and insurance claims that we receive in revenue throughout the course of the year, which is that smaller sliver of $11.1 million at the right of the schedule graphs. And we look at revenue collected at 333.3, and it's broken up into state, federal, local, and other. So you can see that we're certainly on track, and we monitor revenues constantly. And the next area here looks at our expenditures. And so here we had an original budget of $550.9 million, and now that is at $504.5, and there's a variance of 46.4. Again, that offset for FES is embedded in the purchased services. I will note that our energy services and our cost for energy has gone up. And so, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that every time we come before you and we ask for approval to purchase certain items, oftentimes there will be language in there related to tariff increases or other, macroeconomic type forces that we can't control. And this is one of the areas where we've seen an 18% increase between 24-25 and 25-26, or about 56% increase in our energy cost from year 19-20. And that is a lot. That is not insignificant. It's gone from about 10 to 17 million and is constantly tracking higher.
I have a quick question, Mr. Rios-Walsh.
Yes.
What did we budget that we haven't done in purchase services to the tune of $50 million? Just like, is there any like big thing that's in there? I mean, that's just a lot of money.
Yeah, so that represents the offset for FES. We have to put
Thank you.
it
Okay.
somewhere in account for that, and so that is really what's driving that. It's not that there's a huge drop off. That's really to account for, on the accounting side, of recognizing the revenue and then showing that we're not expending that money. That money is going to FES.
Thank you for the clarification.
Next item here on page 14, the summary of the general fund operating expense, budget expense. So you can see there actual expenditures at about $272.3 million. And again, this is pretty much tracking where we would expect to be at this point in the year. Of course, I'm constantly getting lots of emails, and we've put out several memorandums regarding approval of expenditures. This morning I had to approve some frozen mice for a snake for one of our exhibits, so I see them all. Some are a little bit more perky than others, but I do get a chance to meet with and talk with all of our principals and various staff for everything that they're buying, and believe me, it does get a little testy, but we try to get to yes, but oftentimes it's no. The next slide here, I'm going to walk through briefly, is just our ending fund balance. Again, this is from a budget perspective. And so, as the board is aware, we have to maintain a certain level of fund balance in order to stay in the good graces with the state. From a budgetary perspective, we are projecting an ending fund balance of about $27 million, or 6% total revenue overall, and the financial condition ratio, which makes up that 3.71 or $16.5 million in unassigned, which is the residual classification from the general fund, plus the 0.45 gets us to 4.6 for the financial condition ratio. And then when we add in all the other areas, primarily the new category for committed at 1.68, and the prepaid non-spendable, which is typically for our inventory and prepaid items, that gets us out and rounds us to about 6%. I will always highlight that anything between 2.5 and 3% will mandate that the state get a corrective action plan and really get more involved in the management of our finances. So we certainly don't want to ever be below that. Anything below 2.5% could mean that the state would come in and enter into a stewardship type of situation with our finances. So we'd like to keep a healthy fund balance. So with that, I'll pause briefly before I jump into a quick review for adult ed and other funds.
Any questions, board?
Not a
All right.
question, just a comment quickly, because as you just mentioned, that if we don't maintain a healthy fund balance, then the state can come in and take over, and they just did in a county in the Panhandle. So
Yes.
we are not in danger of that at all at this point. So grateful to good accounting and the work of our finance team to make sure that we are not in that situation. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you, and really kudos to the board, for having the wisdom to come up with the new category and to, make sure that we were putting money to the side, because we had to use those funds to help balance this year's budget. So I'll touch on a little bit about that in my closing remarks, but just quickly for adult education, you'll see a revised budget there of about 10.3, down from about 10.1, or a reduction of about $94,000. They did have fund balance, which they're using to help offset some of their expenditures. As you'll see, there's a difference there between our revenue and expense. They had about $2.2 million in fund balance that they're tapping into this year, and you'll see in that next slide there, percent of revenue collected at about 6.7, or almost 67% between funds, federal, state, and local. And then you'll see their revised expenditures there at $14 million. They are projecting to have I wouldn't say a surplus, but they're going to have a fund balance of about million, $1.4, I'm sorry, $1 million for adult education. And we know Mr. Smallridge keeps a very tight rein on his budget, so I usually am very confident in our numbers there. Okay, and then this slide again highlights the projected ending fund balance for adult education at 1.4 million.
And I just, as a point of note, I think it's important to recognize the capital development and programmatic development that's happened at Marion Technical College over the last 3 years, I think would be an appropriate timeline. And so making those kinds of investments costs money, which it's great that he was able to create a little bit of a fund balance to then use that money to plan, because he has made some tremendous investments with technical education that are going to impact our community, but startup costs are not cheap. So
There's certainly not, and I've had an opportunity to tour with Mr. Smallridge the facilities there and step into the airplane that we have and the helicopter that they have on site. So yeah, they're doing wonderful work, and we want to continue to support that. I'll touch on our referendum a bit here. And so a general referendum here, revised budget now sitting at exactly the same amount, so it has not changed at $41.186 million. And of course, we have our oversight committees where we go into grave detail in terms of what those dollars are being used for and the programs that they are supporting. You can see on the next slide the amount of funds that we've collected, or revenue collected to date, at $36.5 million, or 89%. And then we have a breakout. This is also something that I go over in our advisory committees. So you have there art, music, moving from left to right, physical education, vocational programs, library, media, class size reduction, professional development, and school safety. So you see there's about a $1.349 million variance in expenditure budget between the original budget and the current budget. And you can see the lion's share there in terms of dollars, physical education, which we provided from the board, some additional dollars for that particular area. And then the next slide here, referendum, or amount of budget expensed at about $21.7 million as of this time. And it's the breakout is listed there. So we're glad to see that this is being spent at a good clip. And then slide 27, this is our referendum ending fund balance of $11.3 million. It's a variance of about $1.3 million. So we do expect to have some money to roll forward, which is usually the case. Special revenue, we'll get into that. This is mostly our federal funds. So you'll see there an original budget of $62.375 million. It's now at 64.377, so we have a variance of about $2 million, which represents most of our title funds and funds that come from the federal government and support to the district, which we're grateful for. But I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that Washington, D.C. is sometimes has a hard time getting their budgets passed too, and sometimes there's an appetite for more, and sometimes an appetite for less, and so we just have to monitor that. But our folks in federal programs, Dr. Coleman and Mr. Whitehouse, are doing an excellent job really monitoring those dollars, because we do need that continued federal support. Revenue collected at $25.1 million. So this is, where we'd like to be. They're actually in the process of putting in all of their grant applications for the next round of funding in the month of May. And so this is an ongoing process. We'll get our notice of awards and make sure that our projections, our forecast is in line with reality. And those numbers typically change between tentative budget and when we finally get to an approved budget. And then we have our summary of revenues for revised expenditures, budget expenditures there. You'll see original budget of $62.3 and it's up 64.3, so there's a variance to the good of $2 million. Again, you guys see this in our financial reports that I provide on a monthly basis, and I usually will go through and highlight what is driving that at any given time. Slide 32. This is our actual expenditures for special revenue, so sitting at about 28.4, rounding up, which is where we'd expect things to be at this point. And again, constantly monitoring if we'll have carry forwards for various types of funds and what we will use those for. With that, I'll pause for just a moment before jumping into my closing remarks and touching on some of our budget challenges.
I think you can keep on trucking.
Okay, thank you. So budget challenges, I'll just say there's several items here listed. The least of which is not some of those macroeconomic forces that we can't control. World events occur, and now we have, potential for increased fuel costs, diesel cost. We have looming in the background, property tax reform that could be on the horizon in the next 5 to 10 years. It probably won't happen this year, but certainly something that the legislature in Tallahassee is looking at. Not to mention that, of course, right now the budget has not been passed, so we're still waiting to get numbers. So that certainly is an issue. Increasing insurance costs, which we're constantly looking at. Our collective bargaining agreements with our units is something that we cannot sidestep. We have a long-standing relationship with them, and these are all challenges for our budget. We talked about the impact of the scholarship programs, which again siphon money away from the district, and we're constantly looking at that. We also have unfunded mandates, or mandates that are funded but maybe not funded to the level that we would like, particularly for ESC and some of our programs for some of our most vulnerable students that we have to invest a lot of money in order to provide the proper level of education. The other item I'll talk about briefly is just the use of unassigned fund balance for recurring items. In my one-on-one briefings with each of the board members, we did talk about this and this erosion of fund balance over time. There are periods where the money is good and we put money away and we have to use it. And now we're at that point where, because of increased cost, because we have added, a number of staff to the organization over a number of years, those things combine together to create a situation where we're being pushed from both sides, which does necessitate some hard discussions, and those discussions are ongoing as we speak. We also have supply chain issues, inflation, of course, the federal funding cliff, which we no longer have access to the ESSER funds that went away in 2025. And then, of course, costs associated with our aging buildings. We have over $2 billion in deferred maintenance over the next 20 years for our buildings. And then also, there are emergencies that come up. There are costs associated with making sure that our schools are safe for our students to learn. And then, of course, last but not least, charter school allocations and ensuring that our referendum, which is up for a vote in November, that we keep our eye on that and we make sure that we're out there letting the community know that we certainly appreciate the funds and we want to, go out there and let folks know the great work that we're doing with the money and the trust that's been given to us from the taxpayers. So those are a lot of different challenges that we have. Overall, you can see there that $13,442 is a negligible increase just for FEFP. And then, of course, once you take into account all of the ins and outs, we are, a decrease of about $5.6 million, but primarily driven by FES. And, of course, the lion's share of that, as I mentioned earlier, is going to show in the purchase services for our offset for the Family Empowerment Scholarship. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Brewer for her comments.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. I'll turn it over to the chair.
Thank you. I had just one quick comment on the last slide. First, thank you for a comprehensive overview. We are in a time when we're watching our peers around the state experience tremendous fluctuation in their third calculation and are having to be incredibly reactive to that fluctuation. I truly believe what a blessing it is for us to be able to navigate these times of growth where we are having to address such a variety of conversations and not also have to tackle what to do if our third calc was 20 million less than we thought it would be, which is what some of our peers are doing. And so I just want to highlight that your work is helpful and it is very thorough, and we're grateful to have you on the team. I wanted to just provide a quick statement, I guess, on your budget challenges. You talk about safe schools. There is a very large misnomer in our community that we somehow employ north of almost 30 employees in our Safe Schools Department, and it costs us multiple millions of dollars. 10 million, yes, thank you for the correction. So the misnomer in the community is that we employ somewhere between 20 and 30 Safe Schools employees and cost $10 million. I think it's important to note for the record that we employ 9 Safe School employees, and all in with fringe and benefits is right at $1 million. All of which are most of which are legislatively required positions that we have to ensure we're adhering to state law. And so for the community to be aware of, that 10 million number, which we talked about this when we met with legislators, comes from the investment, not just the legislator, but also we, from our general fund, are making to ensure that our schools are safe, because we are making investments to safer schools. And so there's I think a miscommunication regarding our Safe Schools Department and making safer schools, because while we are investing in making our schools safer with buzzers and fences and cameras, and we did Centegics, and we just made the investment for the towers. Help me out with the name. Open Gate. We've made a variety of significant investments which go through Safe Schools Department. That is not what's funding the employees who work in safe schools. So I just wanted to go on record to make sure we clarify that for the community. Attorney Reverend Cummings.
Thanks for saying that too, because a lot of times people are thinking that it's all salaries. There's a lot of infrastructure to making sure that the Safe Schools Department is able to do their job along with our law enforcement agencies that work with the district. So.
Absolutely. Board Member Conrad.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight on slide 25, with referendum, the second largest expense was to safe schools, which was, I was happy, aligns with our strategic plan, which we had discussion on just a few weeks ago. So just want to say thank you to the team for making sure we put our money where our mouth is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm a couple of things. Were we on time or late in receiving the third calc this year?
I would say on time. I think it came out, pretty normal. What's not on time is the annual appropriations budget.
Thank you. I was just kind of going down the line of really important budget concerns, and so I'm glad that we received the third calc more or less on time. What I'm really interested in helping the community understand, and myself included at an even deeper level, how does the delay in receiving our budget now for the second year in a row, how does that delay impact us specifically in ways that the community needs to know?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I will say that statutorily we're required to provide our budget to the DOE by September 11th, and last year when I came on board, the budget was already late, and mind you, the budget development process had begun in January, and so not having a line of sight into how much money the state will be appropriating to us earlier on in the process or as early as possible does create many challenges because, as you know, and it was brought up in Tuesday's board meeting, oftentimes there are movements of staff. We have collective bargaining agreements and contractual requirements, seniority, and obviously in looking at the top line numbers and how much we can afford, not being able to have a definitive answer on how much money we are going to have from the state at a particular point in time, really in concert with our budget timeline for the course of the year, creates problems. Because the later that we get that information, we then either have to backtrack, revise, and then that does not oftentimes provide enough runway for us to be able to make sure that we're communicating to staff about potential changes, about different places and schools that the staff may end up being, or if someone is more senior than another person. And so it does create a challenge. But again, this is something that we cannot control, but it is important, as you mentioned, Mr. Orr, that the community understand that we're doing the best that we can, and we've started our budget development process with site-based budgeting much earlier this year. And so we've already begun to look at various scenarios, to look at various countermeasures, and looking at our forecast and trying to determine, what is the best number in terms of revenue and also expense. And as I've mentioned in our one-on-ones, I am very focused on the multi-year nature of our budget challenges and addressing the structural imbalance between the revenues that we can rely on and our expenses. And that is something that we really have to take seriously. And the more time we have to do that, puts us in a better position.
Thank you for that response, and I'm certainly grateful and confident that you and your team are providing us, the best and most accurate projections that you can. However, the whole state, every single school district in this state is being forced into a reactive position each time that this happens. And we're on a roll now. We're 2 for 2. And that is a really scary precedent. There's now precedent for it. And I guess I'm wondering at what point, as a collective body of school districts or us taking the lead on it, Dr. Campbell, of your input on this one is FSBA, at a high level having these conversations, how can we apply the most appropriate political pressure at this point to say, we recognize that it is the constitutional obligation of the state, to be supportive of our public schools. And in order for us to be able to do that at a high level, which is our desire and which has been our track record, this is an up-and-coming district. We're improving. It's been said over and over today, that other school districts are having to collapse schools and they have their own issues. But we have been really striving, working hard, and getting better. So this is a gigantic, unnecessary, from my observation, monkey wrench. And the shenanigans need to stop. Whatever is going on needs to get solved or put to the side so that we can continue our core business of serving the children of Marion County and on expansion, Florida. So if it requires a polite but directly worded letter, I would be happy to sign it. And I would also be happy if FSBA and some of our other umbrella educational organizations say what needs to be said. How long can we continue to do this when we know that the implications are becoming more and more drastic of being able to continue to be even more successful, Well,
and to your point, and Dr. Campbell, maybe you can expand on this, but They're even having a special session in 2 weeks, and they're not even going to talk about the budget.
Facts.
Everything else is getting delayed and pushed back.
And so the legislators literally coming together to talk about other things like redistricting and things that are important to them, but they're not going to touch on the budget. And so do we even know when they're going to talk on the budget? Dr. Campbell, do you know?
No, but so the email we received from FSBA today about the special session, it's not really even items that are important to them, it's items that are important to the governor. So
Well, yes.
he has the ability to ask for the special session. I don't believe he has the ability to ask for the special session related to the budget, because that's their responsibility. So the special session is congressional redistricting, obviously that's his priority, but also 2 items, artificial intelligence and medical freedom, were only conversations happening in one part of the legislature. So by his asking for the special session on those 2 items, they're gonna have to come together and come to some level of agreement during that special session that goes through May 1st. So every indication that I have received, while there certainly isn't a special session specifically occurring with all legislators in Tallahassee, is that individual leaders in the Senate and the House continue to have conversation behind the scenes in budgeting talks, negotiations, what have you, but without it being anything public that's actually going to go to the governor for signature. Obviously, we know that is their responsibility to get the budget to him, but he doesn't have to have it signed until June 30th. So that really messes everything up, because even if they were to approve something, he still has the veto pen that could change things. And there's just a lot of interesting things happening in Tallahassee right now. And we alluded to it earlier with the House and the Senate being in disagreement, and also with the disagreement with the governor. We essentially have 3 separate agendas happening that's impacting everybody downstream. And how we get that to change, all I can say is this is an election year. So pay very close attention. Lots of House seats may not be, if you don't like what your legislator is doing currently, then consider reelection for any individual that might be up for reelection right now. And House of Representatives are up every 2 years, so they're always up. So that's all I can really say about that. And obviously, there's a governor's race that's happening too. I agree that there needs to be continued conversation and behind-the-scenes dialogue. I don't know the effectiveness or the appearance of what that would be, just to make them even more angry, like make it angrier situation. Like, do we need to fire? Well, I mean, I'm saying, do we need to throw gas on the fire in the event of some of those folks are going to stay there? We're all angry. Everybody is upset that the legislature is delaying, and they haven't come to. But I don't know how close they are. There's just a lot.
In the midst of all of that, our school districts and our students are getting the short end of the stick.
Yes.
And we aren't properly able to do the things that we need to do, and our staff are being affected, and our community is being affected. As Ms. Thor said, we've fought hard. We've been pulling ourselves up, trying to move the district in a certain direction and get some things accomplished. But here it is. The roadblock is not us. It's beyond our control. It's beyond.
And I don't know, may I speak?
Sure.
Because anger is the secondary emotion that comes from deep concern. You know, my intention would never be to throw gas on any fire, but to galvanize some action by sharing the direct implications of how this is affecting the education of children in Florida, and our planning and our dynamic way of work, and doing all we can to be proactive. And I guess I just, a few times today I heard how we, being in a position of having to be reactive is not a good position to be in. So how do we get ourselves out of that position?
Well, and I think there's a portion of our work that will always be reactive.
Sure.
Not just for a budget, but for school grade, right? I mean, the goalpost just moves so that the bell curve still curves the right way that they want it to, from a A to F failing school perspective. And so we will always have to for some level be in a reactive position, which makes the work so complicated, really.
Well, and I'll share an improvement, and it's a compliment that now, we get our results so much quicker.
Correct.
And so that to me proves that when there is good communication and we're honest about how things are truly affecting services to children, that changes do get made, and deregulation has happened. There's been some really good things that have helped us. But this pattern is a problem.
Yep.
So
Certainly agree with that, and I'll just add to underscore that the work and the position of the administration is that we will continue to do the work regardless of what the legislature is doing or not doing. We're looking at our forecast, and we are using site-based budgeting and doing a very thorough review of all of our expenses to bring them in line so we can right-size the district. And so those discussions and those hard decisions are happening now. And so once the budget is approved, hopefully things are a little bit more to the good than we expect. But we are certainly going to plan for the reality of what's in front of us.
Yep.
And that work is ongoing.
Dr. Kimball.
Thank you. So what I can do right now is send an email communication to the Florida School Boards Association as well as the chairs of the Legislative Subcommittee and the Advocacy Committee and make the request. There is an Advocacy Committee meeting today that Reverend Cummings will be participating in at 2:30. I believe it's today at 2:30, that potentially every school board has an advocacy representative. I don't know the agenda of what that meeting looks like, but perhaps in a new business kind of scenario, it could also be brought up. So I'll draft an email right now and just see what can be happening as far as a letter or something. I believe that it would need to be a collective decision, certainly, and so that's why I'll reach out to the chairs, but potentially advocacy could pick that up today if that's something that the school boards on the call agree with making happen. So.
Okay. Board Member Thur?
And I'll finish with this. It's, we just laid off 37 employees? 35?
35, but 5 were recalled already.
Okay, and 5 were recalled already, but still, that in itself is stressful. And history is a really great teacher. We were here at a time when all the first and second year teachers were laid off because of budget problems. And then the ARA funds came through, but by that time we had lost a lot of really great people. And so those are the direct implications that I hope that we can find a way to apply the right, pressure is the wrong word, share the realities of how this is affecting our services to children, and we want to minimize that as much as we can.
Well, maybe the word passion is better, just our passion towards wanting to make sure that we're doing what's best.
100%.
Is there any other comment from the board on the budget and the presentation from Mr. Rios-Welsh? All right.
Thank the staff for their work on the presentation, of course, and the work continues. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the presentation of our mid-year financial review? All right, hearing none, we are going to take a very brief 5-minute break, and we will be back at 11 o'clock.
always ready.
Well, that's not true, but.
Wake up.
Good afternoon. We are back. It is 10:59. We are back from recess. And we are going to move into actually item 8.1 since it's connected to our two previous items. So we will be in 8.1 first, which is our operations update from Mr. Whitehouse and Ms. Usher.
All right, thank you, Dr. James. Good morning, board and superintendent. We've got a few different updates we're going to provide today, and we've chunked them up for you so that we can pause in between and have some dialogue after each of those sections. Ms. Usher is here with me so we can answer questions, and certainly Mr. Rios-Welsh as well about any of the finance pieces we talk about. So the first thing we want to talk about is South Marion High School. As you all know, we're getting ready to open the new school this August. We're very excited about opening our first brand new school in quite some time for high schools. The current capacity of South Marion without the third floor, as you all know, the board elected to pause on the third floor design as a cost-saving measure. And so the capacity of that school without the third floor is 2,011. With the third floor, the capacity would be 2,711. Right now, our projection for opening day enrollment is 2,088, so just over capacity. We saw a little bit of fluctuation early on when we started asking students who have the ability to remain at their current high schools if they wanted to stay. We had good numbers of students who did say they were going to provide their own transportation and stay. In the last several weeks, especially with gas prices up the way they are, we've gotten lots of phone calls from students wanting to go back the other direction. And so we have more students that had originally said they were going to stay at Westport or Bellevue. They're now saying they are going to be attending South Marion High School. So we're pretty safe to say that we're going to open close to capacity for South Marion next year when we open in August. And part of the challenge, of course, as we see the surrounding schools at Ross Prairie, we've added almost 200 students this year. We've been adding students at Horizon. We've been adding students at Sunrise. So we know folks are continuing to move into that area. And with the current growth that we're seeing right now, it's very likely by the end of this first year of South Marion High School, without that third floor, we'd likely have to start looking at moving portables onto that campus to accommodate the current growth that we're seeing in that region. So our request is to move up the third floor completion in the timeline to be able to start on that this coming school year as we finish the rest of the campus. And so we'll talk a little bit about what that looks like and potential funding opportunities for us to make that happen. So our cost estimate for the third floor, the construction itself is just under $10 million. The design service, which is something we would need to start on pretty quickly here to be able to get to work on the third floor next year, is roughly $600,000. The furniture, fixture, and equipment and the site work there would be about $1.5 million. So our total cost for the third floor would be just north of $12 million all in. And again, something that we would need to, if we want to make this decision to move forward, to move forward with pretty quickly.
Mr. Whitehouse, I just have a quick question. How much would it cost if we don't, I know we always say construction costs more.
Yeah.
If you don't do it while you're doing it, I guess is the best way to say it. Do we know how much it would cost if we don't do it now and we finished the project, and in 2 years from now we come back and do it?
So I can defer to Ms. Usher just on what they've seen in increased costs of construction over this past year. Certainly one of the challenges that we would have if we don't move forward this year is that we would have to rebid the project, which is going to increase the timeline. But if we do end up moving portables, we've shared this in the past, each portable we move to a school and hook up is roughly $100,000. So you figure if we needed an extra 10 portables for 10 classrooms of students after this first year, you're looking at $1 million just in portable relocation and hookup for, portable buildings that we wouldn't have to need if we had a third floor, that obviously detract from the beauty of a brand new high school when you start adding on portables out into a beautiful field that we have space for right now. But I don't know if Ms. Usher, you want to comment on what we've seen?
Twice as much.
Yeah.
She said twice as much probably in
Yeah, I was going to say at least 50% more if we do it later. Okay, thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, not a problem. So looking at the third floor design, it's roughly 52,000 square feet of classroom space that we would have available in that area, 4 dry wet science labs and 2 chemistry labs. And that second point is important because when the architect designed the school, the chemistry labs were designed on the third floor. So we have no true chemistry labs. We have science classrooms on the second and first floor. We have no true chemistry labs, which require different functionality, including gas hookups, that we can use on those lower 2 floors. So we do have a workaround for this year. We've been working with our science program specialists and with facilities. We've got a workaround temporary solution for this year that will allow us to still do some of our chemistry experiments that we need to in our traditional science classrooms. But ideally, if we're going to have an advanced high school that's got advanced level chemistry programs available, which we know South Marion will as a Cambridge school, certainly having access to true chemistry labs will be critical for us moving forward. With that, we also get 25 classroom spaces or again, roughly 700 student stations that we could add to that 3rd floor, which gives us ample room for future growth at that school. So our contractor right now has until October of 2026 for the substantial completion of Building 3. Building 3, as a reminder, is the auditorium area and also our CTE and fine arts classrooms that are connected to the backside of that auditorium, which if you're looking at that picture is to the top right of the campus area there. So that will be the last portion that is completed. And so the goal would be to, if we want to move forward this, to get the design service in place so that the contractor can just continue working, which would mean that we would not have to demobilize the current group that's there and all the construction equipment that they have, and we would not have to go back out and rebid the process. We would just pick up with this company, continuing at the work that they're doing and get that 3rd floor completed. And certainly we would bring back an exact schedule for when we could expect substantial completion of that 3rd floor, but in general conversation with the contractor, we could have this done by the end of next school year with the 3rd floor ready to open for the 27-28 school year. So looking at funding options, and Mr. Rios-Welch can talk a little bit further in detail if you have specific questions, but he did meet with our bond counsel recently just to talk about our borrowing capability. As you all know, we've got quite a few projects with sales tax already lined up over the next 9 years that we're working towards, and we're kicking that off right now with Lake Rim Middle School, and then very quickly soon after Bellevue Elementary School combination. And so we want to look at our borrowing potential as a school district. Do we have the ability to do more than what we already have borrowed? And so looking at our certificate of participation, we can comfortably borrow right now about $120 million and still be able to make the debt service payment as a school district without putting us into an uncomfortable position. So in looking at that, we talked internally as what are some of those other priority items that we'd like to propose for potential funding that we could do within that $120 million range that we're not currently funding with sales tax at the moment in our 10-year projection with sales tax. So obviously one of those could be South Marion High School, which would be an easy way for us to get going with that 3rd floor for funding. The second one is a new central office building. I know you all are quite aware that the current building that we're sitting in right now is quite old. And we are, I think has been said before, one flush away from a really big expensive problem here on this campus. And so there is a potential for us to look at using COPS for creation of a new central office, which would allow us to vacate the remaining buildings that are over there next to Osceola Middle School that we currently occupy, and vacate the other half of the Fordham Early Learning campus and bring all of our staff into one central location. We do have property just to the north of the Vanguard High School campus that we could look at as a potential landing space for a central office, which does have enough acreage for us to build on right now that we own the property and could certainly look at some design options for that. But we estimated to get enough square footage for all of our existing central office staff would be about $35 million to make that happen. Booster Stadium, as you all know, has been discussed for the last year as something that we would love to be able to get going as a community project. We can certainly talk a little bit more about that in detail if you like, and Mr. Tucker is here to be able to answer any questions if you want to talk about pieces of that. But we've seen some proposals of what a redesign of Booster Stadium could look like, and making that more of a true community site. And so we could comfortably, with the COPS, put in about $20 million from our end. We know that the full Cadillac version of what we've looked at with Booster is a bit more than that. And so it would have to be in tandem with some sort of capital campaign to generate some of the remaining funds. or simply look at a more scaled back version of what we've been looking at with booster stadiums to live within that budget realm. And then the last option on there is, we've talked about a little bit this year and have received, again, some feedback from the North End community meetings that we've done, and we were going to start having some more internal dialogue about what that needs to look like with the combination of schools on the North End. But this also gives us room within that COPS, within that $120 million, that we could use COPS for the North Side Elementary School combination, whatever that ends up looking like, or certainly could, as we've proposed in the past, still go within sales tax if we change the timeline. So there's a lot of opportunities there within what we feel we can comfortably still borrow as a school system. So that's a lot of information right there in a few short slides, so I'll pause there and we can certainly answer any questions about South Marion, Central Office, Booster, et cetera.
Thank you. And I think it's a good, healthy place to stop so we can kind of address this, because what we're moving into is a little bit different of an update from operations. Board, I open it up. Is there remarks regarding, let's stay focused. Let's start with South Marion. Just for the purpose of, I think, your work, you guys are looking for us to give you some direction on South Marion specifically today. Okay, so we'll start with South Marion Board. Who wants to kick it off? Dr. Campbell?
So I believe South Marion, we need to go ahead and build out the third floor. I'm in full support of that. What I will want to have extensive conversation about is how we're funding it. So I completely support it, that we need to move forward with it and whatever needs to be done to make that happen. But the funding conversation is what I'm ready to delve into.
Okay. A point of clarification, and maybe our CFO can speak to it. Maybe it's not necessary for him to. What is a timeline on the board to have votable action to move forward with this? And because I'm sure funding the COPS is going to take time, and so are we borrowing sales tax to then get it going, or what does that look like? Can you speak to a timeline real quick?
Yeah, so I think if we have consensus to move forward with the third floor, the first thing we have to do is the design portion of that. And so we can look at what we already have available in funding, impact fees, sales tax, et cetera, without looking at COPS, and be able to start at least on the design portion of that. And then obviously the actual expense of it is going to be in the construction cost that we would then have to really revisit. But I think from what Mr. Rios well said, 4 to 6 months to be able to have money in hand with COPS if we went that route.
Okay, so we are 6 months away from October, which is when the contractor would begin to work on the third floor, right? Because they would finish out their existing project and then start the third floor?
Correct.
Okay, so it looks like then, the way I understand a timeline, is we'll need to initiate conversation regarding COPS pretty soon if that is the direction the board wants to take. Would that be an accurate comment?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was crystal clear. So Dr. Campbell is definitely in agreement with moving forward with doing it. We'll discuss funding. Board, is there any other comment? Board Member Thrower, I see you leaning forward.
Yes, just a couple of things. The 12 million, that's an estimate, or is that the hard number from the contractor?
Yes, ma'am. So we've had some preliminary conversation about what it would actually cost. So that's a pretty solid number. Again, we can't predict construction costs, 5 months from now and get in the supplies. So, it could fluctuate a little bit. Technology costs obviously are part of that. And we know technology right now is getting a little bit harder to come by just from some of the other purchases we've been trying to make. So, there's obviously a little bit of fluctuation, but it should be pretty solidly around that number.
Okay, because from my view, we've already had financial impact from delays on this high school. And so if we're going to do this, it would definitely be my desire to get the number set sooner than later. I'm bothered by the idea of continuing to borrow money, but at the same time, I do agree with the need and the urgency and all of that. I guess I'm wanting to be hopeful that despite, the fits and starts, that, the contractor will give us a good deal, so to speak, and reduce their costs, not having to bring equipment onto the property, some things that make it easier for them to go ahead and do it, I hope.
Yes, correct. And they're, obviously, the construction is, they're already familiar with the construction happening, the layout of the building and what needs to take place. So it's the easiest route to be able to just continue that work now than trying to come back and address it a couple years from now.
Madam Chair.
Reverend Cummings.
And I concur with Mr. Whitehouse that this is a brand new school, and we're already going to be beyond capacity with it. And oftentimes, people say, I'll go back and do this later. And when we go back and do it later, it really costs you a whole lot more to do it later than to do it now while we're still there on the ground, on the campus, and in the process of doing it. We know construction costs aren't going down anytime soon. So I'm in favor of us moving forward. We do have to have the conversation about the funding, but we can't this is not something that we can kick down the road and say we'll do it 3 or 4 years from now. It needs to go ahead and get done now. Because in 3 or 4 years now, even after we do this, then we still may have to come back and have a conversation about what you just talked about, portables and all those things. Mm-hmm. And because we're just not, we're still growing.
Yes. Board Member Conrad?
Sure. Excuse me. I'm in agreement. I think it would be wise for us to move forward at this town. We look at our 2 new elementary schools we just built. One's at capacity, one is, rising every day. And so I think it's wise for us. There's a financial impact, definitely, but we also have to consider the impact it has on our students if we come back in a few years and disrupt the campus again. So anyway, I think it's wise to do it at this time.
Yeah, I completely agree. It needs to get, all indications with our growth data, which we just covered in depth in our intergovernmental meeting just earlier this month. All factors point to that this is where the growth is occurring in Marion County. And so we can pay for it now, or we can spend more like $20 million in 3 years and do it then. And so it would be in the best interest of the taxpayer, because the reality is, sales tax or COPS is probably how this is going to get paid for, one way or the other. And so regardless, we're going to be using taxpayer money either to debt service that interest or use the sales tax and take away from other projects. And so we can either be good stewards and do it now, or be not as good stewards and do it in a couple of years and spend 50% more. So I agree. I think we need to move forward with it, and we will, I guess, be looking forward to you all to update us on how that funding will look. But I think you hear from the board a unanimous agreement to move forward with doing out the 3rd floor shell.
Yep.
So we will move on then to the other recommendations that you presented. So we'll start with a new central office building. I think I would love for Ms. Usher, if possible, the numbers I remember, just to frame this conversation a little bit, aren't we looking at about a $20 million plumbing issue on this site? Because we obviously have people who operate in our district office in 3 primary locations. Would that be safe to say?
That is correct, and it's more than 20 million actually for this site. And when we did the analysis for the new central office, it was between 25 and 35, a brand new facility of about 50,000 to house like 325 employees. So I believe the cost to really fix up this site will exceed 20 million.
Yes. And so I think as we have this conversation, we don't know when the plumbing will stop working here, but what we do know is the plumbing will stop working here. Is that a appropriate statement to say?
That is correct. That is what our maintenance department tells us every day.
Yes. And so as we have this conversation, I think it's important to frame it that way, because and if the plumbing goes, we will have to spend the money. We will have to presumably borrow money, because we can't use sales tax for something like this, right? Because sales tax is, the way the sales tax language was approved, it was for academic spaces, right?
I believe you can use sales tax because based on your priorities that you did in December 25 or 24, you did include a little bit for MTI.
But if we don't, that would be if we were serving students here. And so if we're not serving students here and we had to address this, this is all presuming that a plan for Bridgeway's finalized home would exist. So it's obviously a little bit convoluted. If Bridgeway was still here, then yes, we could use the sales tax to address some of the plumbing for sure. But if Bridgeway doesn't continue to live here indefinitely, then we wouldn't be able to use sales tax because sales tax language dictates it has to be used for students. I just, Mr. Rios or anyone, I don't want to be the authority on that.
I know with sales tax money, unlike impact fee, it doesn't have to be just for students, but it depends on how we wrote our resolution, if we
Yes.
did include that language. But as Mr. Rios-Welch mentioned, we have so much in deferred maintenance. So if we could not use sales tax for this and put it somewhere where we really need to fix up that building and use COPS for the central office, I think that would be beneficial.
Understood. So, and I think our language does dictate that, which is why we've had this conversation about athletics and using sales tax, because it's student achievement, and we put student achievement in the language, and so it was pretty specific. But, board, let's talk about your thoughts on a new central office building and moving forward with what that could look like. Is there anyone who wants to provide comment? Board Member Thrower.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a string because when the community hears central office, they probably think of Orange County and that gigantic skyscraper down there. The School Board of Education and some big fancy building. I know that's not what we're talking about, but I just want to make that clear. And then it's why do we need it? And I'm reflecting back on, we had that whole ESC portable city of crumbling portables across from the duck pond that were there forever, and they housed a lot of people, for a long time. But they were in pretty tragic shape. So the decision was made to, demolish all of those portables, pull them off of there, well, most of them anyway, and then move those employees here to the site where it was shared at the time. The justification for building the new Forest High School was because this place was in bad shape, which was what, 26 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, so we continue to limp along, and here we are. And then we moved a bunch of employees that were here over to the old Evergreen site because Evergreen closed and there was room there, and we needed somewhere for eventually students, which then, Bridgeway. So now they're here. Fordham has continued to grow, but they started out really small. Oakcrest Elementary School, stay with me here. Oakcrest has been in distress for multiple years, so Oakcrest was not a school that we could move the Evergreen kids to because the Evergreen kids had to go to high-performing schools, which meant that we, I think, are still busing students from their neighborhoods to very far away schools. Shady Hill, Ward Highlands, I know Ward Highlands, and South Ocala. So that's a cost and an expense, and it hurts attendance because if a kid misses the bus, yeah, and the parents say, well, I drive past 2 elementary schools when my kid misses the bus. So these are all of the factors and threads that go into the conversation about the central office. And my ask would be if we're, and I agree that, obviously something needs to happen because of all of the things that happened in the past that led to this. We don't know. I think we're feeling really good about Oakcrest and their academic performance and how that all is going to. Ooh, wasn't that timely?
That's ironic.
Boom, boom. How cool.
Doesn't like you talking about it.
Right.
Well, and for the audience, the lights went out.
Yeah, the ghost of Forest.
But
Do we have? Yeah, we're still on.
Somebody
Okay.
did that, and it didn't just happen.
So anyway, hopefully Oakcrest is going to make the grade. Hopefully then Oakcrest will be available for kids to be able to start coming so that we can reduce the pressure of having to continue with the arrangement because of what happened, with Evergreen, now Fordham. And what I hear a lot in the community is, we need to get some kids back into the old Evergreen building because that's one of our newer buildings and it's one of the nicest campuses, that we have. So those would be the answers to the questions in my mind, that the community would have as soon as they hear central office. Can't you just hear it now? And I think that this history is important. Because we have moved employees all over the place for years, including into buildings that weren't even really supposed to be inhabited anymore, to try to make way for students and meet state requirements for what school students could go to that were under state watch. So there's a lot that goes into this question of, should we build a central office and the support for it? And maybe I had to talk it through in my own mind to land at a spot where, yes, I agree that it is time, and we do need to do this in order to keep moving forward. And another shameless plug for, it'd be great to have a budget.
Yes. All right, any other, I'd love to hear from other board members regarding a central office.
Yes, I'll go. Listen,
It's not very often board member Campbell is speechless.
we came over here a few years ago because of the need from the old office that we were in. We knew that there were some major problems with that building, that it was an unhealthy place for us to be. This is supposed to be temporary. Here we are 4 or 5 years later, still here. So that need has not gone away, that we still need central office. Where's that central office going to be? How are we going to get it built? In other words, how are we going to get it accomplished? We have not had that conversation.
Yes.
In 4 or 5 years. I remember when it initially came up, it was all in the press about, the school board's going to build a $40 million central office, and that was never a conversation that we really had. It was just that we need to get that building at that time because it was a sick building. So I think we have to come back to the table, start having this conversation about the central office building, whether we're doing with this campus, whether we doing, because our staff has to have somewhere to do the work. Mm-hmm. We can't support our students if we don't have a place to do the work. So I'm ready for the conversations. How we gonna fund it? That's gonna be something. That's gonna be another thing. I think what you present today tells us some directions that we could possibly look at, but we need to make sure that we exhaust every avenue of how we're going to do this, and we got to get it done sooner or later. We got to get it done. You can't keep kicking it.
And for clarification purposes, for the cops, because obviously South Marion is a piece to this puzzle, and if we move forward with cops to fund South Marion, can we ask for more and then not use it all with no cost to us, or would we have to ask for the bare minimum and then tack on as projects? If the board approved future ways to fund other projects, do we tack those on? I think understanding the clarification of that would be helpful.
So I think my understanding of that is that if we borrow it, we got to spend it. And so if we say we want 120 million, we got to spend 120 million. If we say 15 million, we spend the 15, and then we can come back at a later point. But whatever we choose to go forward with is what we need to spend.
Okay. Dr. Campbell, regarding central office?
So the reason I'm speechless, board member Thrower, is because I'm looking at the end before I'm having just the specific conversation. So I just went on our website. Anybody wants to see it, you can go to finance budget department and you can click on last year's budget. And so I pulled up our debt schedule. I remember when I became a board member, sitting down with our former CFO, Ms. Boston Ellis, and we were on a trajectory at that point that we essentially could have been debt-free by the time an 8-year school board term could have been up. And so obviously we're not in that position any longer. And it is a daunting look to just see our debt position right now and to take out another, I'm sorry, I hate to use a quote that you just used, Mr. Whitehouse, but to take out a $120 million loan in addition to the $330 million loan we already had, and you use the term to stay in a comfortable position. I'm sorry, I wrote down in quotes, comfortable position. No, we're not in a comfortable position right now as far as debt goes, as far as I'm concerned. So what my first request would be is that this South Marion addition, third floor build out, be paid with sales tax and impact fees. With the number of permits out in Marion Oaks right now, I'm interested in knowing what that number is over the next 6 to 8 months that we're actually collecting. And maybe that's a part of the new interlocal agreement next year that says we need to change that rate. Unfortunately, we know based on everything that we talked to the consultant about that the rate is actually the rate. But the rate is the rate, but we're only collecting 40% of the rate. And so if we were actually collecting, 75, 80% of the actual rate for student generation, then we could easily pay this, I believe, because we've seen the heat maps of what Marion Oaks looks like right now. So that's where I am on that. I really want us to focus on that getting done and not using cops. But I know that's another conversation. We have to figure out what those dollars are, and if we're using sales tax, there's a big conversation there, and I know there's a lot of what ifs as far as the things we've already committed to and the things we can commit to down the line. So that's where I'm on that. As far as needing a central office, I completely support. It's interesting in my travels because now I'm going around a lot to a lot of other school board offices and seeing what that looks like and hearing from my peers. Many of them are in refurbished grocery stores. So I think back to when the Albertsons closed, that is now the Heart of Florida Health Center, beautiful building. But why did we not even consider, or whenever the new Walmart's just gone in and it was Winn-Dixie before, like maybe that wasn't big enough. But so many of the school boards that I know around the state are in like former grocery store buildings that have been refurbished and all of that. The fact that we have land, that's interesting. I need more information on the Vanguard property to like parking in addition to the square footage. That's interesting. We don't have offices, so I do want everyone in the community to be aware. You want to have a meeting with a school board member, we do not have individual offices. If you go to the county commission, you absolutely can have a meeting with any county commissioner you want in an office that is dedicated to that county commissioner. But your school board members do not have a dedicated individual office that belongs to a school board seat. So that would be something that would help everybody for the way of work of the district. We've been talking about today.
Boardroom too.
Oh, yes, we would have a new boardroom. I'm sorry, I thought you were telling me to wrap it up.
Oh, no.
She just gave me this
I
finger
would never.
and I was like, what are you saying?
I meant like we'd have a new boardroom.
Absolutely, there would be a new space for the board to meet, and it wouldn't be an auditorium that holds 1,100 people. It would be an auditorium that's more conducive to school board function, not seating 40 like the old one, but not seating 1,100 like the current space we're in. We potentially would not have plastic tablecloths or cloth tablecloths and plastic tables as our workstation. Nevertheless, so there's a lot of benefit, not just to the district as operations go, but also to the function of how public environment happens with engagement with your school board. So all of that is positive and powerful, and I appreciate that thought process. How we fund it, though, is going to be the biggest hurdle that we're going to have to fund it anyway, and it's either looking progressively and as the city of Ocala, like starting from what we did today, the 2050 vision of our community is that the city alone is going to gain 15 to 20,000 people. Well, goodness gracious, if those people have kids, where are we putting them? Because our city limits schools are bursting. So we do have to start really treating ourselves not like the redheaded stepchild of Marion County and saying we deserve, our citizens, our community, everybody deserves a school board office that actually is representative of the excellence that we want in our schools. Our kids deserve it. Our families deserve it when they come and see us and engage with us. So I am in full support. We toured a building on the north side of town when Dr. Gullett was superintendent and Barb Dobbins we toured a building that we didn't pursue, but we've been talking about this kind of off and on for the last 6 to 8 years at least. So, I mean, I am in support of the conversation for sure. What it looks like, what the costs are, and how we fund it. I am not comfortable with more than $450 million borrowed in the last 2 years. I'm just not.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. She kind of jogged my memory on some stuff. Because when we had that conversation, when it came up that we had to move over here, and the conversation was about it's going to cost $40 million, and we actually, there's some people that kind of brought some plans about redoing downtown, the downtown offices. The community, there were folk in the community that really put us down, saying that we were putting our wants, our comfort above the comfort and the needs of the students, which that has never been the case of the board since I've been on the board. We've always put student first. We've always put our staff before us, and as Ms. Campbell was just stating, people may not even realize, but we sit behind plastic desks with tablecloths on it, and we have never complained because the work still got to get done. The work has still had to get done. So by us having this conversation about a new central office, I hope the community understands. Many of us that are on the board now would even necessarily benefit from being in a new central office. We'll probably be long gone off the scene from this. So this is about the district. This is about our community as a whole. It's not about us, any one of us individually. So I just kind of want to make that statement to be known. So.
And if I can just tag onto that, and then I'll hand it off. What we also observe and have seen, and the community may or may not be aware of, is the several $1 million that have been put into refurbishment of the county commission offices. Their auditorium space, all new chairs, all new everything in there. Same thing with city council. That's a relatively new space that they have updated, and probably millions of dollars, all of those being taxpayer dollars, certainly. But because they already had existing city hall and existing complex at the county office, it hasn't looked as it was a big ticket item to just start and build something new. And so the community might not have paid that much attention to those probably millions of dollars that have been spent on those kinds of things. And that's where I bring up the redheaded stepchild, and I hate to use that conversation and that terminology, but prior to us restarting intergovernmental meetings, that was the feeling that I got joining the board, that the other entities for decades had not considered us as being viable to have the conversation. And so with the new interlocal agreement and the revitalized plans and all the conversation, having the city of Ocala come and present to us today instead of us having to go to them, I mean, all of that is just wonderful growth and opportunity for us to continue. And it would be a taxpayer-funded initiative, and our community deserves it. Our community deserves to have something they can be proud of, that they can have a one-stop shop to come in and see everybody and get everything done that they need in one location, because every person would be under one roof. I can't imagine the level of customer service and efficiency that would provide to our community and to our citizens. So that's all I'll say about that.
And Dr. Brewer wanted to add something.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Campbell mentioned the impact fees. So, Mr. Whitehouse, can you expand on our timeline for our next Benesh study based on the time?
Yeah, so we're still a couple years out from when we can do our next study. And so, right now we're going to have to live with where we are with the 40%. I think the good thing is that as construction continues, we can still leverage funding with that 40% that we're going to be able to utilize, just not to our fullest potential.
So that would be a question if Attorney Powers was here, so I'm not going to put Mr. Attorney Blackman on the spot because he wouldn't know. But I understand that the Benesh study, we're years out from actually having a new study. But if we use the existing study, could we go back and ask for actually a higher rate than what we're receiving? And that's the question that I'm asking.
I agree with you. I believe that we statutorily are allowed to do standard increases that are statutorily approved. And I think what I hear Dr. Campbell saying, and I would agree with her, is a desire to understand what we can statutorily increase. Our existing impact fee study, I don't imagine our study is going to drastically change. And so I'm sure I'm a fan of redoing the study at the moment, especially because of the cost that will come with it. And I got on the board right when you guys were starting it, and dear God, it took so long. So I'm not interested in reliving that if we don't have to, but what I would be interested in is what can we statutorily start increasing? And so that's a conversation that needs to come forward, I would say. Board Member Thrower?
Yes, and that's been my question for the last year, as I've started to ask, and again, in the spirit of, I'm going to be stuck with this now, in the spirit of trying to reduce our level of reactivity. What are our options? Because we were very supportive for a very long time to try to help this county recover from the Great Recession. And then when we started saying, hey, we really now need help, it took us 2 years to get it.
Correct.
So I agree with you, Chair, that that is not an experience I want to relive. I think that, you learn from the past, and defining the why in understandable terms to the community is really important.
Yes.
And I also agree with you, Board Member Campbell. I don't feel good about borrowing that much money. I'd love the idea of starting the design phase for the third floor with sales tax money if we have it, looking to any other sources that we can, including the impact fee potential, so that we don't have to keep borrowing a whole lot of money.
Did you have a thought on, I saw Ms. Usher stand up. I didn't know if she had a thought on the statutory allowable increases, the rate.
Statutes just changed regarding impact fees because when I got here, I started looking into it because it's one of the lowest in the state. Our impact fees is so bad. And so the statutes recently changed, and we have to wait the 5 years. We cannot phase it in. So that is a really deterrent. And even though we're projecting to get like 10 million a year, and we're using some of that money for debt service, it doesn't come in all at once. So even if we wanted to build out the third floor for South Marion, we would have to wait to accumulate that money, and therefore the cost would increase down the road. So those are just some concerns. And Dr. Campbell, we did look at vacant empty boxes. Dr. James mentioned one, the old Kmart, and
Our banner building.
and they did not want, we have been looking into that to see what's the most economical way to come up with a central office. I found all the studies and all the other sites from the past, and Vanguard is about 16 acres, and it could accommodate a central office if we choose to do that.
And so I want to add too, I think the narrative of a central office 4 years ago fell flatter or was received differently because we had yet to do anything for students because of no sales tax and no impact fees and our failing infrastructure. All of our capital money was addressing refurbishment, was addressing HVACs going out, and plumbing and painting, and we didn't have a funding source to address our true capital needs. And so when that narrative came up, and sometimes we can only be responsible for how the message is shared, how people receive it is different, right? And ultimately we have to have a level of responsibility for how people receive messaging because that's what's great about communication. But we hadn't done anything for students yet. And now we have done, I'm gonna do a quick math to say by the time we get through with Bellevue Elementary's combo in 2 years from now, we'll be pushing 400 million for students between what we took in the COPS and then East Marion's project and Osceola's project with sales tax and then the project for combination, right, at Bellevue. And so I certainly, while we need to talk about how we get there, I feel much more confident speaking about justifying just how we have put students first. We have, from a financial books perspective, truly prioritized putting students in better learning environments. I guess my heartburn or my question is, when the plumbing goes here, how will we fund it? And if the answer is COPS, because we will have no other funding mechanism to fund it, then we're going to be in this place no matter what. We will have to borrow the money either to refurbish a facility which is very less than functional. It doesn't allow our people to work together. It is very, as Dr. Campbell very eloquently said, it is not functional for our community. If you're a parent who needs to talk about 3 different things for your child, you may very well have to go to 3 different places. And that is not functional for our community. And so it's, I think, an inevitable conversation of funding. And our position, our debt position is not going to change drastically. We're on is it a 20-year note that we're paying for the COPS that we originally took? Yes, 20-year note. So for the next decade and a half, our debt position is not going to change. Now, obviously, if we have a tremendous amount of students come into our system and our revenue increases greatly, certainly our position to debt service will improve. But the reality is, this decision will come now, or the decision is going to come next month or 2 years from now, or whenever the time comes when we have to really get backed into. And to board member Thrower's point, do we want to be reactive to it, where then we're bringing in portable bathrooms and we're bringing in, and we have Bridgeway still here, and we're having to have Bridgeway students leave their classrooms to go into portables to use the restroom, or do we want to be proactive about it? Because the money's probably going to be spent one way or the other. So I guess that was my 2 cents on it, but board member Thrower?
That was 10 cents, and they were great.
Oh, okay.
That's articulating the why, you know, and I would offer that the reason why we were so successful in getting the sales tax is because we successfully articulated the why. And we didn't do that, and times were different when, you know, years ago when we were talking about the central office. The concern was the same. You know, we wanted to have a place for people to come and participate in meetings, you know, that was a good building, and this has been a step up, obviously, but as you just so eloquently stated, you know, it's $20 million away from a bad flush toilet. But again, that's articulating the why. So for the first time, I feel like the timing is probably right if some of these moving parts can be put together to make it happen, with continuing to keep the best keen eye we can on being conservative financially. And it's hard, it's almost an oxymoron in this period of growth and expansion that we're participating in. You know, we were close to being completely debt-free, but we had a lot of needs. And we tried to meet those needs as far back as 2010 by running a referendum. It just, you know, it was a different time, like we've been talking about. But it helps people understand that have been around a long time and that just want to know why. So.
Board member Conrad, you haven't really had an opportunity yet.
This conversation has been challenging for a long time. I think on top of the financial piece, which is the biggest piece, is the narrative in the community. And Dr. James, I agree with you and the rest of the board that because we have continued to put students first, I think that's out there, but I also think there's still a lot of misconceptions about the budget and how money is spent and how money is received. And so, Dr. Brewer, for me, it's going to be important that you're a strong part of that narrative as you are out and about in the community, just like as board members we are. There are a lot of moving pieces to this, so I would be interested in seeing some options, you know, what the facilities teams thinks would be a viable choice or choices. The investment is definitely needed. It's been needed a long time, but it's a challenging topic for the financial piece. But it's coming now or in the very near future. So I'm on board with reviewing some ideas, looking what you all put together. I am a little nervous about, Dr. Campbell, you shared the renovating, you know, of different, and I don't know when that happened, you know, when those facilities were built, but I don't know that that's the same anymore. It used to be you could buy something old and renovate it less expensively. I don't know that that's the case anymore. It sometimes is more expensive to go in, just like we're talking about right here. Just to redo the plumbing is $20 million plus. So I don't know that is going to be a good option for us, but I'm open to the conversation for sure.
Once, well, I was just going to say, since it was brought up, so with the booster stadiums that we've been presented, kind of got rid of CDL. And so I, in the back of my head, had been thinking, well, what are we going to do with the CDL program? We have to, especially because we put in that appropriation, right? And we've talked about. And so I was driving past and kind of consistently in my travels that Kmart Plaza on the corner of 36th, which is right near Booster Stadium. And so I really put a bug in Dr. Brewer's ear to say, let's just see if this is available, which it's not really going to work out because they have other plans for it, unfortunately. But my idea was a home for Bridgeway, a home for CDL, and I don't disagree, because that's what I would love to be able to find, but there's so little inventory left in Marion County that is, nothing is happening to it. And so we just are the position is different now. And boards before us did such a good job of buying land. Thank God, because I don't know I don't know where we would be if we had not been land rich. But this was a hole that we couldn't see coming until we're here now. And so I think we just have to figure out how to continue to creatively talk about, how we're going to fix it. But so further comments on the district office, just looking to kind of give them guiding steps.
Madam Chair, and I'm just kind of talking retrospectively for a second concerning this same issue. Since I've been on the board, and Ms. Torah and I came on at the same time, when we first came on the board, we were faced with buses. Remember, we had to do this big contract with purchasing buses because buses had not been purchased for years. I think, Ben, you remember that. And it gave folk heartburns because of the amount of buses that we had to buy and the cost and the loan. But we had to do it. Then we had facilities issues that we had to get money for to handle those things. Then we had infrastructure things that we had to come for. A Street, Fessenden, Howard Academy. And then we had the pandemic. So we're going to continue to have situations where we're going to have to get some money from somewhere. I'm grateful to this community because our community, no matter how many people say negative things or put negative posts, social media posts out there, our community shows up every time and has saw the need that we as a school district has put before for them because they want our community to succeed. They want our students to succeed. So I just know that this board, whether it was this group or the groups before this, has not made putting forth a central office building their main priority.
Correct.
Students have always been first. The staff has always been first. Everybody else has came before them. So it's gotten to the point where now it has to come up the priority list. It has to move up the priority list. How we pay for it, we're going to get it paid some kind of way. I may be talking from a faith point of view, but yes, you're right, Ms. Campbell, Dr. Campbell, when we talked about we were almost debt-free or we're heading towards being debt-free, but we were debt-free with all those other challenges that we had not tackled because of trying to be conservative and not trying to be, we were conservative, of being conservative and making sure that we handle all the other things. But at some point, even in your own home, you may not have to, eventually you got to get a roof. Eventually you got to replace your AC. Eventually you have to paint your house. There's just going to be things that, and this is the district getting to those points where eventually we have to do something. So we don't need to just belabor, and it's going to give us heartburn because we're looking at the numbers, and the numbers are huge, and we don't see this big influx of money coming from anywhere, but we still got to get it done because whether as board members we have a responsibility to make sure. My goal is when I leave the board, I want the board and the district to be better than it was when I came in. That's what I want to see happen.
Agreed. So, Dr. Campbell?
Sure. The only other thing that I wanted to add, because Ms. Conrad kind of touched on it, just for the collective community conversation to understand, what we're talking about are capital expenses. We are unable to pay operational expenses. That means salaries, benefits, any of that, out of the conversation we're talking about today. We are unable to pay them out of sales tax. We are unable to pay them out of impact fees. So all the money that we're talking about right now has nothing to do with salaries and benefits or any of this. Ms. Conrad touched on it. I just want to make sure when we're talking about taking out money and a new loan and all of that, and it's not that, I'm grateful that the board and the district is in a financial position that we have this borrowing power. I mean, that in and of itself is a huge testament to the legacy of the financial position of this district. And so anytime somebody questions how we've been spending money, well, people don't just give you money to spend if you don't have a good financial position. So if we have the ability to borrow another $150 million after we just borrowed $330 million, we're in pretty good standing. But what I'm struggling with is making those debt payments. And so to Reverend Cummings' point, we don't have the money coming in all the time, and funding streams aren't just coming out of the woodwork. So the hope is that we'll start looking for more grants and more private foundation donations and private companies for sponsorships and all kinds of things like that for specifically a booster stadium. But I certainly respect all the conversation that's happening here, and as we publicly brainstorm about how things need to come forth. I also agree. Other districts were able to use vacated grocery stores when they were available, and they had funding sources to do that. When those were all vacant in Marion County, we didn't have the funding sources to do that. And so now that we have the funding, there aren't any vacant that we could use. So I understand that it's time for us to put ourselves in a higher priority because it's necessary and needed.
So in an effort to continue the conversation, I think what I want to summarize for Mr. Whitehouse to this point is that we want to move forward with South Marion and the third floor. And we are interested in a continued conversation about a central office. We want to have a deeper understanding of what the funding could look like specifically for those two projects. I'm going to move us forward to Booster Stadium. Short?
One other comment. In bringing that forward, the conversation about the district office, it's important to me that it's comprehensive. As we've had conversations about the north end, some of it has been piecemealed. You know, if this happened and this happens, if this happens and then this happens, I really want a solid plan along with that, like where would Bridgeway go? You know, I want that to be an integral part of that conversation. So we are solving all of those problems, all of these problems at one time. So that's just important to me, and I wanted to share it with you. Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Dr. Brewer, I think, has something to add, and then we're going to move on to Booster Stadium.
Yes, I wanted to clarify what Ms. Conrad asked for earlier. She said she wanted options, and so I wanted to know exactly, just to get clarification of what we're bringing back for you.
Really, I just mean ideas, like what do you think our best options are financially and situationally? Like what's best for the community? What's, you know, the ease and access of where we're asking our families to go to? So just, you know, with all things considered, what would be your top 3 recommendations?
Well, and I think the important, and to her point, it's not just a conversation about the central office. It's a conversation about a new central office that includes Fordham Early Learning, Bridgeway Academy, selling or repurposing of facilities that are vacated. Like, it is a comprehensive conversation because, to her point, everything has felt very cause and effect. And I think that's really why the North End conversation has been challenging, because we have been given cause and effect. And maybe that's, I don't want to say that that was your intention in delivering the message, but it has felt like, if this, then that, if this, then that. And I think what I hear Board Member Conrad saying, which I would agree with, is I believe this board would benefit from a comprehensive solution that solves all problems, that gives us less, I don't know if the word opportunity is right, but I don't want to if-then the scenario. I want you to present me with the plan that is going to solve all of the problems. And that's something I'm personally looking for. I may not, I certainly don't want to speak for the whole board. I see Nancy, Board Member Thrower's face, so I don't know if you have anything to add, but
And I would love to see, all the problems solved, but I'm thinking of successive approximations that, it's going to be a series of steps over a period of time, likely.
Yes.
Speaking of Bridgeway, maybe there's some buildings here that are in better shape than others that could house, just Bridgeway for a while all the other pieces are moving. Because again, Oak Crest, and yeah, you've been on the radar today, Oak Crest, but in a good way, has been a very underutilized space because of the situation that it's been in. But we're all looking forward to that changing, and I think we're on the cusp of that, but we don't have the reality of that yet. So there's going to be some things that we have to wait on that factor into this.
Yes.
In my opinion.
I agree. I think it's not like on a date certain all things change at one time. But what I'm asking for is a plan that has date certains for change instead of if this happens, then we will discuss what happens next. I want to know what happens next is when we sign up for step 1 of the plan.
Yes, that was exactly where my thought was going. So if you choose Plan A, this is vacated, this is vacated, this is, all of these people move to this, and all of these spaces then become vacant. With those spaces, you could do this, this, or this, what have you.
Yes.
And then Plan B, then this is the whole scenario, kit and caboodle. So that way we really aren't up here coming up, brainstorming in public. It has caused us some angst over this school year because we've brainstormed in public.
Reverend Cummings.
And I want to say this because I had a call yesterday about this, because we have brainstormed in public out loud too much. I want Bridgeway to know that we're not planning on moving them tomorrow, because that would be something that's out there today. That, hey, they had a conversation. We're getting ready to move Bridgeway tomorrow. And
Nor Fordham, nor anyone.
Madison Street, or they're going over it. So we need to make sure that we clamp that message in today, and that everybody knows that's not what's happening.
We don't have anywhere for them to go right now
Yes.
that we know.
Yes. Okay.
It's multifaceted. I think that's what the community, we need to bring them into understanding. Every time we say we are trying to do something, it creates a multifaceted situation that has to be solved in steps. And I think we all would love the magic wand that says, all you have to do is this. Well, if it was that easy, don't you think we would have done it already? We sit here.
So let's move through to Booster Stadium. Do you feel like you guys have clear direction? Okay, so let's move forward to Booster Stadium. I know Mr. Tucker is here, who's our district athletic director as well. So if we have questions for him specifically about updates on the community portion of a Booster Stadium conversation. So I don't mind kicking it off by simply saying, and I said this briefly when Mr. Lee was here to discuss the city. If and when we move forward with Booster Stadium, my personal expectation is it becomes an asset for the community, not just for Marion County Public Schools. I have heard just numerous conversations in the community about a desire for a recreational facility in that area that would allow communities, families to be able to work and play athletically. And so it doesn't just be a home where Vanguard plays sports, but it is so much more than that. And so I do believe that is going to require us to come into partnership with the city of Ocala in some facet. We do not have a Parks and Rec department. But to open Booster Stadium at 5 a.m. every day so that running can take place and the lights are on, which I think would be tremendous, is going to require a Parks and Rec department. And so I personally see this requiring a lot of community conversation, specifically with the city of Ocala, to get to a place where we have a shared asset. And so I don't know, maybe we are redoing Booster, and then we house our events there. Obviously, they have a maintenance, or they have a requirement of Parks and Rec, or whatever that looks like, and they're getting something from us in return. And that's an MOU, and that's for legal and an admin to figure out. But that's the vision I have if we move forward this way. So I just kind of wanted to frame the conversation that way.
Madam Chair, let me say this. I guess I don't think I'm the oldest person up here.
I claim that honor.
We gotta look at what's been done. I mean, I'm saying this because historically, what you just talked about, us having those type of MOUs, those type of relationships, it's already been done.
Correct.
When and y'all may not remember this, I do, Webb Stadium or Webb Field, where we do the MLK stuff. That was the Howard High School Bulls. That's where they played football. So those type of relationships have already existed with Marion County Public Schools. We just need to redo those things. That's kind of how Booster Stadium came about, because it was a community that said that, hey, we don't have a place for Vanguard, and Forest doesn't have a place to play their football games. So I think we just need to go back and revisit look at some of those contracts or relationships that they had because that was a relationship with the Marion County Public School System and the City of Ocala Parks and Recreation, because that's why that field was there. So we just need to go back and revisit how that was done, and then possibly try to redo some of those or come up with the newer, updated way of doing it with Booster. But it could be done.
Board Member Thur.
I have some great news because I've been attending the meetings at Vanguard, and the best thing and the most exciting thing about this for me is the community appetite, including having members of the city. The mayor has sat in on the meetings. We've made it clear that one of the things that's been so difficult with modern school grounds is that because of all of the legal requirements, you can't just go up there after school and swing on the swings and everything else. And so and people miss that. And so to have a true community asset and partnership is something that this community is very ready for. The problem, of course, always comes down to money. There is an ask, okay, well, this all sounds great, and we've been here before, and then nothing's really ever happened, and in the meantime, the concession stands, you can hardly use them anymore, and the locker rooms look like something from World War II. It's pretty bad. And all the folks that are ready to get involved are saying is, okay, school board, what can you do?
And so to that point, and I obviously I want to hear from everyone, but to that point, I think that the board, what I need, and not that I want to rush this conversation or any of the other conversations we have today, but I also want us to stay super focused so that we can respect time and try to get through our agenda. Is the board willing to continue a conversation about funding Booster Stadium and doing Booster Stadium?
Yes.
Yes.
With community partnerships, with a plan for what happens to the CDL program, or at least Mr. Smallridge
Yes.
to us about that.
Agreed. So what I hear for the first part of this presentation is a tentative yes for a move forward, and understanding what true funding looks like. And maybe in my comments, I would like to try to schedule, I believe we need a special work session rather soon, understanding the COPS timeline specifically for South Marion. So board, maybe closing to the end of the meeting today, we can look at our calendars and have some conversation, because I do want to respect the timeline that will be required for our CFO to timely get money, if COPS is the direction for South Marion specifically, okay? All right. Did anyone else want to give comments on Booster Stadium? No? Okay. Yeah. Yep.
My last quick thing will be, I'm just really glad that it's been publicly stated that the appetite is there, it's unanimous, and that we're looking forward to doing our part to get Booster boosted and turn it into a gem that we can all be proud of.
Dr. Campbell?
The only thing that I'll say on it, and I've said it before, but I'll say it again, this is the one thing that I'm excited about spending money on, because it's the only thing we have that's revenue generating that we know will be. And there's not another single project that we've talked about today that we have guaranteed revenue stream that would be coming into the school district. Now, if that's a sharing arrangement with another municipality, that I hadn't really signed up for yet. But regardless, that's why I'm all in for spending money to make money.
Wonderful. So then let's move into part two, if you will, into to the appraisals and at a high level discuss. Oh, the Northside Elementary School. I apologize. How dare I? I guess because in my brain I don't think COPS pays for this, so I apologize, board. So the North End Elementary School, I think that we need to include that. We've been waiting for staff to come back to us after the community meetings, and I believe that's what this board was waiting on, was a summary of the community meetings and a presentation of your plan for what you want that to look like. So I guess, I apologize, board, in my head, I was just like, yes, we need to talk about that, but not right now.
Chair James, we do have a meeting scheduled. We have a North End Steering Committee, so we'll get together, go over all the input we received from those meetings, and look at it and bring it back to you with next steps.
Is that the steering committee that involves community members?
No, this is just staff at the staff level.
Thank you for clarifying, because I think I was assuming it was the one that involved the community members as well, which is fine either way.
We want to start with the staff level. Go ahead.
I can address that too. We are going to be bringing back the ABAC, but we have to start looking now at middle school rezoning, because when we build Lakewood Middle School, which is opening in a year, we have to have a plan already in place for what that rezoning looks like. So that's going to be a priority for the community group, looking at true attendance boundaries, where our team is going to really look at what do we want to do now based on community input for the North End.
Understood. So I guess my thought was, I would like to see a work session agenda item in a timely future that addresses an update to all of us based on the community meetings and a vision from staff about what you want to do on the North End. Was there any board member who wanted to add anything to that?
I would just say that that would have to happen before I could even really think about an answer to $45 million for a North Side Elementary School.
I would agree, especially if you want it to be a part of COPS. Like I don't know your timeline for your strategic planning on this as a staff, but I do think it's all very timely if we're tying it into funding South Marion specifically with COPS.
We are starting to work on a capital plan that we'll be bringing to you in the summer, and these projects will be listed.
The summer is appropriate. I mean, respectfully, what I heard was that we have to have, the COPS takes 4 to 6 months, and we are 6 months right now from October. So I don't think we have until summer to make a decision about COPS on South Marion. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Rios-Welch said it'll take about 4 to 6 months, so it is more time, more urgent that we do that, so that the contractor can stay and doesn't have to demobilize and
Yes.
cost us more.
That's what I understand. So not to be argumentative, but I think summer is too late to have this conversation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
I just mentioned summer because the capital plan with all other projects and funding comes to you then. But in regards to this specific project, you're correct, Chair James.
But this specific project is tied in with all of the rest of these. The way it's been presented to us is a tie-in of 4 projects for COPS. And what we've understood you to say is that we can't borrow it all and then not use it. And so there's an entangling that we have to have the full picture to be able to make accurate decisions.
Well, and we haven't even had the closeout on Winding Oaks and Ross Prairie. So we don't actually even know how much money we saved or spent over what we had budgeted out of COPS for those two. So like there's a lot of moving pieces to COPS that we don't actually know how much we borrowed for the projects that are in it and how much is still left.
Yeah, and I can certainly appreciate all of the considerations. And in order for us to meet the timeline, the 4 to 6 month period is really in talking with bond counsel and our financial advisor, how long it would take to close the deal and get the cash in hand. There obviously would be some fluctuations with, getting everything to dovetail nice and neat. Not to say that when South Marion opens that this 3rd floor would be complete. It could be a situation where they're still there on the site doing the work. But yes, we do need to try to expedite a lot of this community and internal work that we need to do in order to determine the best finance stack, as I like to put it, that's going to be best for each one of these projects. It could be all COPS, it could be a combination, and so a work session certainly would be in order, and we would certainly recommend that we do that so that we can get into the brass tacks of the finance plan.
Right. Well, while we continue the conversation, maybe Mr. Rios-Welch, you can chat with Dr. Brewer via text about some timelines when you feel confident you'd be able to provide us some accurate information. In my head, that's like no more than a month from now, understanding that there's very time-sensitive decisions to be made. But I'll let you guys maybe have some offline conversation about that while we continue the conversation on this, if that's okay? Regarding appraisals?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Saying it for Northside Elementary School funding through COPS or sales.
yes. Yes, and I think we need more information on it before the board can make a decision about that, so. Okay, so the technology property, Ms. Usher.
Yes, the board asked that we appraise this property. You know, we're rebuilding the new facility that will be ready. They'll move over in January. It'll be completed by the end of this year. We did receive our first appraisal, and so per statutes, we have to get a second one. Oh, thank you. So we did request a second appraisal, and when that information comes back, I'll have a meeting with the board that will be in the shade because it's an appraisal. We also appraised the Fiddler's property. The board asked us just to do that section that houses Fiddlers, not the transportation. That appraisal came back and it was quite a good appraisal. But then I don't know if we should go for a second appraisal because we're looking at all the north end facilities and what we will do. And appraisals do get old. So if we get the second one and we take a while to move on that, we will probably have to do another one. You also asked that we appraise the Bellevue Santos Elementary School site. That site will be vacated in 28. Again, we have not ordered it because by that time it will be too old and we will have to do another one. But as soon as they come in and we have updates, we'll bring them back to the board. And again, if it's appraisal and sale of property, we'll have to do that in the shade.
Okay, thank you for those updates. Board, do you have any comments or concerns regarding appraisals or just stay the path?
I agree with Bellevue Santos delay on that appraisal and would potentially even welcome a conversation to move Bridgeway there. And I'll leave that there.
Okay. So again, we'll have continued conversations. I think we'll move forward to bell times.
And we can move, we will add the topic that you requested to the May 7th work session.
So an update of the financials and funding and all of these projects to the May 7th work session. We have room in the agenda for that. Okay, so then board, that will be, if that suffices, that's 3 weeks from now and we'll be able to have an updated conversation. I think that's incredibly timely. Bell times.
All right, thank you. So at our last work session, when we talked about some recommendations for bell time changes, we talked about 8th Street Elementary, moving the time up to 8 o'clock. The board had some discussion about whether 8:30 was more appropriate to get them closer in line. And so we were asked to provide a survey to staff and to families to ask them what their preference was, an 8 o'clock start or an 8:30 to get them to weigh in. So that survey was sent with those two timeline offers. So 8 to 2:35 would be one time, 8:30 to 3:05 would be the other option. And we ran that survey through April the 10th. So the final tally, we had 207 total participants. 168 of those were parents or guardians, and 39 of those were staff members. Of that amount, we had 95% of our staff members were in favor of the 8 a.m. start, compared to 5% for the later start, and 80% of our parent guardians were in favor of the 8 a.m. start. So in grand total, 83% of those surveyed were in favor of the 8 o'clock start. So if the board is in consensus with that, we'll add that adjustment to the bell time recommendations that we had before, which included Fort McCoy moving up earlier, Lake Weir High School changing from a 7-period day to a 6-period day, so they're moving to the traditional bell time, and adding South Marion High School will be the changes that we have, and that will be on the April 28th board agenda.
Sounds good. Any comments about bell times? I appreciate the opportunity to engage the community and hear from them and ultimately do what the vast majority of the community desired. Okay. Is there any public comment on our operations update? I know our former superintendent, Mr. Tallman, was here, and for the board, I actually had invited him. We also sit on the Fort King Heritage Foundation board together now, and I had told him we were going to be talking about the old Central Elementary School, which he has invested interest in as a community member perspective, and so he was interested in hearing our conversation around that. So just for your context. Any other community or what's the word I'm looking for? Public comment. Thank you. All right, hearing none, I believe we're going to move into the student progression plan, which is item 7.1. And thank you, Mr. Whitehouse and Ms. Usher, for your updates, and I appreciate your willingness to always answer all of our questions.
All right, good morning. Thank you guys for having us for the student progression plan. Just as we do every year, we bring this to your attention because the state statute requires it. And this is really a guide for our parents, our students, and our staff as they work through their K-12 career. So we appreciate the committee that took place to help with this. And as always, Mr. Mark Ingram, who does an incredible job, who I'm going to miss deeply when he moves to a school next year, is going to present on the student progression plan.
Thank you, Ms. Connor. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning. Good afternoon, Dr. Brewer, Superintendent Brewer, board members, board chair. Thank you for having me. The purpose of the progression plan, it is outlined in legislature that we create one to provide students, parents, and staff a guide for what students must know and be able to do to progress through each grade level toward graduation. The revision process, we track changes in legislation throughout the year. I track issues that may come up throughout the year so that we can have a log of what to go over with our committee, which includes parents, teachers, counselors, administrators, and district staff, as well as board member. But it is understood that Florida statutes, any updates to board policies, anything supersedes what's in the plan. This is just our guideline based on those guardrails. Our first change is mostly just in how the document looks. We got an update from the state through, I'm looking at my notes, through a paper, a technical assistance paper that changed the outline of what we offer to our retained third grade students. So still, we have the necessity of providing a highly effective teacher, of offering evidence-based, systematic, multisensory reading programs, and how we outline the things that we can do in the 90-minute reading block, including targeted small group instruction, the addition of tutoring and mentoring, and transition classes for students who are able to move up mid-year. So this is not new language, it's just sorted differently based on the technical assistance from the state. Similarly, in our middle school program requirements, we have changed some language just to get back to what language is in the statute. This is previously what we said about algebra and geometry testing requirements for the EOC and how students earn high school credit. And we have reverted back to the state's language just because we find it clearer. The three elements, and you'll see it repeat on the next three slides, are that students in the high school credit courses have to take the EOC, and that EOC has to count as 30% of the final grade. Language of the progression plan, we try to introduce options and then add choice when things come up. So, not when things come up, but we don't want the language to hem us into just one provider when there's potential for other providers in the future.
Mr. Ingram, is there another appropriate?
There is not currently another appropriate provider, but it's one of those things are constantly changing. So, in graduation requirements here, I wanted to outline specifically, we have a section that talks about multiple waivers, but we have some new waivers that came through in legislation over the past couple years. We've had 2 full seasons of an interscholastic sport for a while as a PE waiver. We've had ROTC as a PE waiver. Now we have marching band as a PE waiver. And this year we added participation in the Special Olympics as a PE waiver. I don't have data on how many students this would affect, but it's just good to have this highlighted here in the progression plan. This is additional information added for clarification. Most of this comes from our articulation agreement with CF, but I wanted our students to be able to go to this document as well to see info about course load, how many courses you can take per grade level, withdrawing from courses if you're not being successful in a course before that drop-add period, and what are the initial enrollment requirements. I have to attend orientation, and what are my test scores required too. So just more clarification for students. This one hurts a little bit because I came to you guys a few years ago and we proposed a whole new process for calculating weighted GPAs. And we wanted to allow more weighting or provide more weighting for students taking college level courses, to differentiate from honors or advanced level courses, to really to really boost and add to the momentum of our students who are taking those college level courses, which, as you know, we've had greater enrollments and greater success than ever recently. Well, this language is being removed because right at the end of the legislative session, House Bill 1279 got passed, and the state is going to come up with their own weighted GPA system. We don't have the details on that system yet, but based on our understanding of some current weighting systems they use, we expect it to be similar to ours, and that you're going to see level 2 courses like those honors and advanced getting some weighting, and full weighting going to those college level courses. But we're going to have to follow up on this as the state does their rulemaking or they give us more assistance.
And real quick, we backwards planned into this so that 6th graders could plan their course enrollment because it's really when the road to valedictorian starts.
Right.
So now students who are rising 8th graders on the road to valedictorian are going to sit in limbo land until the legislator determines, or?
Well, we're hopefully going to find out soon and be able to share that out. And also our understanding is it's still going to line up with what we've done. Some of the specifics may be different, what courses do and don't count, but it's very likely we're going to have a higher level weighting for college level courses and then a medium weighting for honors level courses.
And what we're actually going to be waiting on is not the legislature. This will be waiting on
Department of Education.
Yeah.
And so, and with the potential of having a new commissioner in the next 8 months or
When we get a new
so,
governor.
Okay,
I
great,
think we're going to get rulemaking sooner than that. I think it's going to be summer, early fall at the latest.
perfect.
Okay,
That'd be brilliant.
understood.
Be waiting on the waiting.
Yeah. This next slide, we just wanted to update and clarify because we've gotten the occasional question on this. NCAA allows students to reclassify or change their grade level for the purposes of college athletics, but we do not have a way to do that in public education. Your grade level is based on your academic performance. We did leave an out in case something came up we're not aware of, that they can go through Ms. Connor, the Executive Director of K-12 Academics, because we don't have any mechanism through the state of Florida to change or reclassify a student. And then this last one will be a benefit to our multilingual learners. We've had this for a while, and this is in law, but students have a 2-year grace period based on their date of entry into U.S. schools where they cannot fail courses unless document is provided or as evidence is provided to the principal. So we're just saying here that due state is going to continue, or that 2-year grace period is going to continue until the end of the grading period or the quarter that student is in. So it can't end 2 days before report cards, and now that student has that grade protection taken away. And this is just a clarification on how things are practiced. Okay, that's it for my updates. If we need an additional work session, that would be May 7th. If not, I would love to move forward to that final public hearing June 9th.
All right, board, I open it up. Does anyone have any questions or comments, or do you feel that there's a necessity for a second work session?
I don't.
I don't. All right. We hit it out of the park, Mr. Ingram.
Thank you, Dr. G.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on the student progression plan? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on to the McIntosh Area School Charter Renewal with Mr. Ayers, item 9.1. Good afternoon, Mr. Ayers.
I was going to say, my script says good morning, but it is good afternoon.
It is afternoon.
Dr. Brewer, board chair, board members. The current charter contract with McIntosh Area School expires on June 30th, 2026. The original contract was signed on June 24th, 2008, and was renewed in 2013 and in 2021. McIntosh Area School submitted a renewal application. The renewal application and the evaluation rubric was uploaded to board docs. Florida Statute 1002.33 provides that a charter school may be renewed if a program review demonstrates that the criteria of the original charter application have been met and none of the grounds for renewal established by Florida Statute 1002.33 have been documented. These include failure to participate in the state's education accountability system, failure to meet general accepted standards of fiscal management due to deteriorating financial conditions or financial emergencies determined by the state, or material violation of law. Marion County Public Schools staff reviewed the application using the renewal evaluation instrument and the requirements of Florida Statute 1002.33 and found that the McIntosh Area School meets the criteria for renewal. If the renewal application is approved, the district will enter into a new charter contract with McIntosh Area School. The contract will use the standard renewal contract form required by the Florida Department of Education. The new charter contract must be approved by June 30th, 2026. If approved, the renewal contract will be in effect from July 2026 through June 2031. It is the recommendation that the McIntosh Area School Charter renewal application be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. Board, I'll open it up for discussion. Unless you just want me to kick it off.
Well, let's ease into it. Mr. Ayers, I have some concerns just in the track record, looking back at their data. Is it basically just a stamp of approval? We have to approve it, or we have the right to not approve it?
You, as the board, as the sponsor, are 5 individual voting members. You have the ability to vote up or down on that. It is my recommendation that the application be approved because statute's very clear in how you can deny, close a charter school. And the application and the process, McIntosh Area School meets the standards set forth by statute. And so if the board does vote to deny, which is your right, there is an appeal process. And what the appeal process looks at is strictly statute and what is met in statute. And there is a charter appeal commission with the state that does look at that. And then if the appeal is approved, then the board is responsible for all costs incurred by both parties.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. That answers my question.
Dr. Kimball?
So this is one where we have to lean on the law, and there really isn't anything that gives us the ability to do what needs to be done in the best interest of those 48 students. So I'm gonna liken it to our board comments on Tuesday evening whenever we had, and this is different, but I'm likening it to this, so I'm using it as a similarity. When we had employees come and speak to us about a unique situation and the collective bargaining agreement superseded what we believe to be right. That's what I'm going to say on this. In this scenario, charter school statute supersedes what we believe, or I believe we collectively believe, is in the best educational interest of those 48 students that are in pre-K through 5th grade, 48 students at McIntosh Area School, based on the attendance from yesterday. And so we have to lean on the law here, in my opinion, and strongly encourage, at the sound of our voice, 48 students in the McIntosh area have other educational options they potentially should consider, in my recommendation.
I just want to make a point of clarification. The 48 students do not include the pre-K. Pre-K is completely independent. They do have a pre-K program, but that is not part of their charter contract and what they receive funding for. That is completely independent.
Thank you for that clarification. Kindergarten through 5th grade, 48 students. It still is only 48 students. And so every other school that we have at least 48 students in a grade level, probably. So to have kindergarten through 5th grade with only 48 total students is a disservice educationally, in my opinion, to those specific students.
Mr. Ayers, what's the timeline again? The approval is for how long?
5 years, because that's what's set forth in statute.
So we can't really alter that either.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, 5 years is the minimum we have to approve.
It's a long time, though, when you're going up and down.
but the standard for closure and non-renewal are the same. So if their academic letter grade continues in a consecutive manner, it's a closure. We don't have to wait the 5 years. If financial emergency happens, we don't have to wait the 5 years. So the standard for closure or non-renewal are the same.
Thank you.
And I guess I will say, my fellow board members eloquently stated what I have been passionate about for the last couple of years. And so I won't really elaborate much other than to say I would never vote to be in a position to cost this board more money unnecessarily. And I do believe that not approving this renewal would potentially, or more than likely, cost this district more money to be able to cover the legal costs, which we would ultimately be in the wrong for. So that's my position on the matter.
So the next steps, the contract is scheduled at the scheduled board meeting coming up to be approved, and once that's approved, we can then formally work out the contract in it as a standard contract, so there's really no negotiations on the contract. It's already at our legal, it's in with their legal, and so once they get signed, that'll come before the board at a board meeting to approve the contract.
Thank you. Dr. Brewer, I'll speak for myself. When that item comes forward, I'd like it to be placed under discussion.
Thank you.
Any other board members want to speak to the renewal? Nope. All right. Well, Mr. Ayers, thank you for coming forward and providing a nice overview of this renewal. Is there any public comment on item 9.1, which is the McIntosh Area School Charter Renewal? All right, hearing none. We will move into item 10.1, Summer School Staffing Plan. I believe Ms. Morant's leading this conversation, but we have a slew of individuals here to add context if needed.
Yes, indeed. Thank you and good afternoon, Dr. James, Dr. Brewer, school board members. On behalf of K-12 academics, we're back to present the Summer School Staffing Plan. As requested at the April 2nd workshop, the team is bringing back a summer school staffing plan that includes consolidation of school sites. In this model, Ross Prairie, South Ocala, Legacy, and Ocala Springs elementary schools will no longer be host sites. The revised flyer illustrates the updated placement of the impacted students. As you all have mentioned before, the staff follow the students. As such, there's not much change to the staffing level. Here we see there's a proposed decrease of 1 content area specialist, moving from 11 district-wide to 10, for a total of 82 instructional staff and 42 non-instructional. On the secondary side, Bellevue High School, Dunellen High School, Lakeware High School, Fort King Middle School, Howard Middle School, Liberty Middle School, and Osceola Middle School will no longer be host sites, and students being reassigned as shown on the revised flyer. This model includes a decrease in the number of credit recovery units from 30 to 20 in middle school and 71 to 61 in high school, for a total reduction of 20. Further, you will notice a reduction in the listed number of counselors from 17 to 5.7. This is actually clarification of the practice that is currently in place. Each school gets 8 hours per week to allocate a counselor how they feel best, bringing the total staff for secondary to 81.7 instructional and 10 non-instructional. There are no changes to VPK and their summer bridge program from the April 2nd work session. Their numbers remain at 9 instructional units and 8 non-instructional units. ESY also remains the same with the exception of the clarification in counselors. The total staff count is 44.3 instructional and 83 non-instructional. Again, no changes to Camp Kiwanis, 21st Century, and Howard Academy. With the consolidation of sites, food services staff allocation will decrease from a total of 75 to 56, and transportation will remain the same. So as you can see, the revised plan includes a total of 643 total units. As we've previously mentioned, units may be added or removed based on student needs in our program and or enrollment changes. Here you can see the summary of the department revision to staffing units. And this is actually not a revised version. The revised version that's there does not include a change in transportation, so those units would remain.
Hold on, can we pull up the revised version, please? There's two on board docs.
Should be one that's labeled revised.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
So everything that we've shown has stayed the same until we get to the ending pages with transportation. Next one, perfect. So the revised plan presents a nominal decrease in staffing costs of approximately $100,000. As a result, the team is requesting that the initial staffing plan that was presented on April 22nd without the consolidated sites be approved, with the exception of reducing one credit recovery unit at each middle school. So I'll now turn it back over to you, Dr. Brewer.
Thank you. Oh, I see some questions, so go ahead, Chair.
I'll start. With site-based budgeting, is Camp Kiwanis on site-based budgeting? Like, when I look at their numbers, hold on just a minute with this. Okay, so that's slide 8. Do we break even, like, with what they bring in for what they charge for counselors? Do we break even on that investment?
Yes, ma'am.
We do?
Oh,
Okay.
Dr. Brewer's answer.
Now that we charge more.
We increase the rate. Yes.
Board, what I hear is a recommendation to not move forward with a consolidation. I think, I will just say this. My concern is that if using less sites doesn't save us any money, my bigger question is why. And that's not a conversation for Ms. Morant to answer. That's a conversation for facilities and operations to answer, because I guess I have this misguided idea that when I leave my house in the morning and turn the lights off and turn the AC up, that my power bill goes down, and that when I'm home all day, every day, and I'm using my power and my lights, my electric bill goes up. And so I have this maybe misguided idea that when we're not using the majority, because during the summer, if a site is not being used for summer school, the only place being used is the administrative suite, unless custodial is there working to redo floors or do minor maintenance. And so I guess I have a misguided perspective that we are operationally running that facility in a more efficient manner to save money, which the only reason I brought this forward and asked for consolidation, because I believe I was the one who really said I would love to see a more consolidated perspective, was because I thought somehow we'd be saving a tremendous amount of money operationally to not use sites for summer school, which it appears we are not. So that was the premise of my request. Clearly, we're not going to save much money, so if operations would like to move forward with the plan as presented originally, it's fine by me, because we're not really saving any money. But I can say for certain, if I'm on the board next year for summer school, I will want a very thorough understanding of why we're not saving more money, not using our facilities. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. The reason that you're not seeing any cost savings is because all we see are the salary and benefits associated. We're not seeing the operational costs.
Sorry, I'll add. I asked the operational question, and it's negligible.
So then that also would justify, or lack thereof, why we're even closed on Fridays in the summer. if there's actually no difference. And so that's a question that we also brought up the other day. We are working longer days, Monday through Thursday, and the misnomer apparently in the district is that it's because we save money in the district by being closed on Fridays and all the buildings being shuttered on Fridays. But if that's not the case, then I don't understand why we even have that schedule, because it certainly isn't effective for a lot of families that might need anyway. That's
well, and just to that point, what I will say is I do know our employees cherish their Fridays off in the summer, and I do believe it's a retention tool for our employees who work in the summer. So I don't necessarily want to say that I would agree with that particular statement, but what I will say is we certainly should clarify the misnomer that we're doing it to save money. Because if we are not, in fact, saving money by not using our facilities, I'm kind of a little confused, I guess, would be the best way to put it. And so again, not a conversation for right now. I fully support staff to move forward with the original plan, seeing as it's not saving any money and it's your desirable outcome. But ahead of next year, I really want to understand this better from an operational perspective. Board Member Conrad.
I agree. Ms. Marion, this is not directed at you. This is just my frustration in general. I've had a lot of questions about summer school the last couple of years. And when I opened up the presentation, I was really disappointed. I really expected us to be able to save some money in reworking how we're doing summer school. So my ask is, I want to know what this is costing us per student. When I look that we've got 648 units, and I want to know how many students show up for summer school. And I don't mean just one day, like they show up for the majority. Yeah.
Like
yeah.
at the end of summer, like a look back.
What is this costing us, and what are we gaining out of it? How many students are really making gains so they're doing better the next school year? Because my experience has been different. You know, we're talking about all of these budget cuts. I want to make sure we're spending money that's benefiting our students.
Yes, I think a comprehensive look back in August or September to truly comprehensively look at what was the cost per student and who enrolled, what was the average daily attendance for the programs, and what was accomplished in those students coming, which again, far beyond you, Ms. Morant, and the scope of your job. But I would agree that I would love to have a comprehensive update when this is all said and done, because as we continue to prioritize how we spend money, we need to do what's legislatively required. But if we're not getting, if the juice isn't worth the squeeze on this, we may need to have continued conversation. Who else?
Or also, the opportunity to rework what we're doing. Like, if we're spending so much money and we're not getting the results we want, what can we do differently to make it more successful for our students? I mean, that's the ultimate goal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're trying to get our students over the hump and better prepared for the next school year. And so it's not just a negative conversation, but really, how can we do a better job of meeting the needs of our students and our families? So that's all I have.
From the rest of the board? I guess ultimately we're looking for the board to give direction as to the original option or the revised option.
Go ahead with the original option.
Okay.
Just, and keep in mind the original option with the reduction of those credit recovery units.
Mm-hmm. Board Member Thor.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, we can sit here and say, yeah, go with the original option, but the cost savings of $100,000 is still $100,000.
Well, and that's the cap though. So it's like the max GMP. This is the max GMP for summer school. If the units don't get full, if the students don't enroll, then we're not filling the teacher. And so that is one of the things that is different this year than it's ever been before, is instead of schools hiring their own summer school staff, elementary curriculum is hiring them based on enrollment. So the process is a more cost-efficient process now than it has been historically. And so as units fill, units will be hired. So I would say, and since we talk about max GMP so much, this number is like the max GMP for summer school. So.
But each summer we do, at the end of the summer, we bring back to you how many credits were recovered, we bring attendance. So what we can do this year is add the cost attached to those breakdowns.
That is correct. There is always a comprehensive overview.
Yes.
To me, it is the highlight reel instead of a reality show version. And I would like to see the reality show version that shows the stuff under the hood that didn't go well too. Because I think every time I've participated in that conversation, it's the look how great it was, which is great because there are students who accomplish credits and there are students who are now on track to graduate, and we acknowledge all of those things happen, but to what cost? And so understanding the blooper reel that is a part of the conversation too, I think would have value. Dr. Campbell?
So I'm terribly sorry about this. I was trying to pull it up and my board docs glitched for about the first 10 minutes of your talk. So could you please just tell me which sites in Plan 2 were not gonna, because I'm seeing 7 sites on both slides. So I'm just trying to make sure. I was hearing you say that we were gonna have a reduced number of sites, but the flyers are still showing the same number. So please just direct me to the right page or something. So I'm sorry, it really is a technology issue. I was trying to listen while I was trying to get it open.
No problem. So elementary, Ross Prairie, South Ocala, Legacy, and Ocala Springs would no longer be a host site.
Okay, but I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the presentations. So slide 1 of both presentations, which would be that this is the existing and the revised, or the one that we saw previously would have been the existing, and now this is the revised.
Revised. I'm not.
Slide 3 of the presentation, Ms. Marion, if you want to pull it back up, is the secondary summer school.
Oh, we're on secondary. I thought you.
No, I was talking
Elementary.
elementary, because she just
That
mentioned a
was
whole bunch of elementary schools that were not going to be open.
So Ross Prairie, South Ocala, Legacy, and Ocala Springs will no longer be host sites.
Okay. And
You
so
see
the
something different?
previous, I'm sorry, they're just 2 presentations that are loaded. And so
Okay.
I would have assumed that one of those would have been the presentation that we received last time.
It does, and the new one says revised.
No.
So, no.
That's not accurate.
She's right.
That's why I'm so
there was
confused.
initially, April 16th session for today. That one has been revised to update transportation. To look at what was presented on April 2nd, you would have to look under the April 2nd meeting date.
That's why I'm so confused, because
Yeah.
I'm really trying to see exactly what it is we are changing.
Yep,
And
so in elementary, Ross Prairie, South Ocala, Legacy, and Ocala Springs will no longer be host sites.
Okay, so I'm going to pull the April 2nd flyer so I can see that visually as to what's different. Okay, I see it now. That, again, technology, I love it, but I wanted to ensure that I was seeing what I was seeing.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Reverend Cummings.
Ms. Moran, did I hear that? Is Bridgeway still on the list?
I can't hear you.
Is Bridgeway still on the list?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. I guess I'm like Dr. Campbell too. I'm caught in between two presentations.
Personally, visually, I like the newer one. I mean, I'm just going to say, I know it's only $100,000 savings, and I know that, but looking, if I was a taxpayer and I saw all of those sites that we were having summer school, and then the newer one shows a reduced number, I'm in favor of a reduced number.
The one thing I just like to bring up is the additional time on a school bus. For the students to go to sites that are outside of their neighborhood, that is additional time on a bus with students that need to attend summer school. Just one consideration.
Again, give me the list, I'm going to write them down. So Ross Prairie was one, so they're not on a bus very long, because Marion Oaks is Marion Oaks.
South Ocala,
Okay?
Legacy, and Ocala Springs.
So I have to just see where they're collapsing to. So Ocala Springs students are coming to Maplewood. Legacy students are coming to, I'm looking for them, Maplewood. South Ocala,
So Ross Prairie students will attend Winding Oaks. South Ocala students will attend Maplewood. Legacy students will move to Maplewood. Ocala Springs students will attend Maplewood.
I have a piece of paper that might make it a little more clear.
so, and then all of our Silver Spring Shores elementary sites have different funding sources, so they're able to provide them themselves, other than so we don't have the ones like Emerald Shores and Greenway, and they're not on this list, so they're.
Emerald Shores is on the list at Harvard.
Is it?
They're going to.
Oh, I see them. They're all going to Maple. So we're choosing to have all of our Silver Spring Shores sites not go to a school on the east side of Baseline Road?
Well, we did that because we were trying to consolidate ESY as well, because we had our ESY campuses, and Maplewood was one of those and is traditionally one of those. Something else to point out, we have, as of yesterday, 680 students had already registered for summer school based off of our original plan. We didn't expect to have to change sites, and so we started sending letters and put that out there. Of those 680, there's over about 200 who would now have to receive a second letter telling them that they're going to a different site.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Connor. I would call that burying the lead. I appreciate the presentation, I appreciate all the information, but I'm sorry, Mr. Christian may laugh at me referencing that, but if we have already sent out that I didn't hear that. Did we lead the presentation saying that communication had already gone out? I'm sorry, I'm not, your messenger message, I'm not trying to be confrontational at all, but that information in and of itself is the most helpful piece of anything we've heard today. That our families have already received communication about an original plan that this board didn't approve, so let's start with that. But secondarily, that now we're going to have to communicate something differently to a whole group of people that have already agreed to do something. We're going with the original plan as far as this seat, because if we've already communicated something, we're not going to back up and change what we've communicated. Especially if there's no cost savings associated with it, more than $100,000. This just has been done a little backwards, I think, compared to what the board would like to have seen done. So in the future, I know we'll do better. Thank you.
Does any other board member want to share thoughts on summer school staffing? I hear 3 board members articulating to go with the original plan. Yep, I see a nod from board member Thur. Okay. Reverend Cummings, did you have a take on it?
Say go with the original.
Okay, so we're gonna move forward with the original plan. I think in the future, it would be best to bring this forward earlier so that we have time to discuss summer school ahead of releasing, based on predictive PM2 data, who may be able to participate in summer school.
And this is with the reduction of 1 credit recovery at each middle school.
Yes, yes, your guys' updated recommendation for what was originally presented.
Okay, thank you.
And board, we will be voting on this when we close out the work session. Is there public comment on summer school staffing? Okay. I will move into meeting reminders. There is an ICROC meeting for referendum oversight scheduled for later this afternoon at 4 o'clock, and a special work session.
We have one more item 8.1.
No, we already did that.
We did the world language textbook adoption? No, we did not, because the folks are here. We've not done the textbook adoption. Am I looking at the wrong agenda?
You're on April, did you go back to April 2nd?
I don't know. Board docs is really causing me struggles.
So yeah, I believe we're done with the agenda for today.
For the work session.
Work session.
Thank you. But we did have folks that just arrived to the meeting, so I was assuming it had something to do with that. So that's where I'm confused.
They were here for questions pertaining to summer school and the student progression plan.
Thank you.
So there is a special work session scheduled for April 27th at 9 to review all the policies, and then a school board meeting is scheduled for April 28th at 5:30 p.m. Board, if you don't mind, we will just hold comments until we will have a comment period for the board meeting we're about to close out. So I'd like to just close the work session and move into the board meeting. All right, so at that point, I will, there being no further business for the work session, we will adjourn the work session at 12:58. And we will be going back into a board meeting.
Recess.
Coming out of recess, right?
Recess.
Yeah, I know, I was waiting. Mr. Christian, is there anything you want to do ceremoniously to move us back into the board meeting?
I've got to switch over. I've got to close out too.
Yeah, so we're gonna, would you like us to take a few minute recess? Okay, we will take a 5-minute recess and come back at about 1:03. Welcome back to our board meeting. We went into recess earlier this morning. We are now reconvening at 1:03 p.m. For the courtesy of those listening to the meeting, I'm requesting everyone in the audience to please turn off their electronic devices or put them on vibrate. Public comment is now accepted during two portions of each meeting for up to 30 minutes each, one for items specific to tonight's agenda, held before the vote takes place, and one for items on which the school board customarily takes action, held after the business portion of the meeting. Anyone wanting to speak regarding an agenda item must complete a blue form, and anyone wanting to speak regarding a non-agenda item, a yellow form. Public speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments, and no more than 10 speakers will be scheduled in either public comment unless the board votes otherwise. Ms. Martinez-Young, can you please call the roll for this meeting?
Dr. Allison Campbell, District 1.
Here.
Mrs. Lori Conrad, District 2.
Here.
Mr. Eric Cummings, District 3.
Here.
Mrs. Nancy Thrower, District 4.
Here.
Dr. Sarah James, District 5.
Here.
Attorney Blackman, Staff Attorney. Dr. Danielle Burrows, Superintendent.
Here.
We will move into the business portion of the meeting. Superintendent? You're making a motion on the
I am so
recommending?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion on,
Recommending approval.
let me see, I'm sorry. I was closing out. Yes.
At the bottom.
I recommend approval of the agenda for the April 16, 2026 special school board meeting.
Thank you so much. May I have a motion on the superintendent's recommendation?
Second.
Motion by Board Member Cummings and a second by Board Member Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Ms. Martinez-Young, can you please provide the proof of publication for this school board meeting?
The notice for the April 16, 2026 special school board meeting was placed on the district website on April 9th, 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez-Young. Do we have any speakers?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, then I will move into our consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
Second.
A motion by Board Member Cummings and a second by Board Member Conrad. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Ms. Martinez-Young, we do not have any speakers related to non-related agenda items, correct?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, and we don't have any here for disciplinary matters?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, so then, there being no further business, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Board Member Thrower and a second by Board Member Conrad. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. This meeting is adjourned at 1:06 p.m. Thank you.